questions rather. So we are expecting that you have already completed. So therefore, this afternoon, it's another session for this second day of our training. And at this time, our dearest participants, we are greatly honored to have with us once again our first speaker this afternoon, which is, she is also our speaker this morning. Let us welcome again Ma'am Flora May Bacos, who will discuss to us about social etiquette. So let's give her a round of applause or a virtual clap. Ma'am Flora May. Naka-mute po ang mic, ma'am.
Sorry. Hello again. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to check the outputs that was sent to my email earlier, and I am actually replying to those kasi po yung iba po parang masyado siyang malaki. So you can actually resize it. You can make it smaller. Before you save the picture po sa PowerPoint, if you use PowerPoint, before you save the picture, ensure po that the font size of the text is only between 12 and 14. And then po, kung lumiit na siya, you can then adjust the logo. Okay? So, karamihan po kasi nung nakikita ko is mga malalaki po sila. So, I replied to your email messages, and you can see my own signature po. For reference na lang din ninyo po kung gaano po siya kalaki or kaliit. Just ganun na po. If you will save sa PowerPoint, ensure that the font size is 12 doon sa text, and then adjust na lang po the logo para proportion lang po sila. Para hindi siya masyadong malaki. Yun po. So, I will try to reply to the others later on po. So, after naman po this session. Okay. Alright, so again, hello, good afternoon everyone. Yes, ako po ulit ang maging speaker for the social media etiquette. So I understand that most of our people, if not all the participants here, are the information coordinators or school information coordinators, di ba po? Tama ba, Ma'am Karen? Tama, di ba?
Yes po, ma'am, from areas 1 and 4.
Yes, alright. So, that means if you are the school information officer, your colleagues, they rely to you on the information na ipinapasa natin, no? From the central office to the regional office and to the division and then to the schools. So because you are the counterparts of the region and the division, I think you are also the ones handling your social media pages. Tama po ba? A few months back, the Public Affairs Unit asked for a list of the Facebook pages na meron ang every division. I don't know if Ma'am Karen remembers that, but we were able to consolidate yun po, and talaga naman, marami naman talaga from Leyte Division, di ba? Because you are a large division. But, sige po, tanong ko lang, School ICT Coordinator po, may hawak niyan. Okay. For some, it is the School ICT Coordinators. But for some naman, it's the Information Coordinators po, di ba? Tama ba? So, because you are the counterparts, yes, you are. Okay, thank you po for answering. Because you are the counterparts of the region and division information officer, it is just right that we learn the proper social media etiquette. Because right now, especially now during this health crisis na walang face-to-face, walang, we don't get to see our learners, we try to maximize the use of social media, especially Facebook and Messenger. Hindi po ba? Right now, Facebook and Messenger has become an integral part in our work, diba? For us, especially the school information coordinators, especially to us, hindi na siya personal. Because when we talk about social media accounts, usually that's for personal usage, diba po? But right now, we are trying to maximize technology. That's why we are using Facebook in our jobs as well. Diba po? So, that's why it's very important for us to know the basics of social media etiquette. Alright, so later on we will discuss on that po. So, I know that yesterday, as mentioned earlier by Sir, sabi niya 6 p.m. na daw po kayo natapos yesterday. Tama po ba? To compensate po, mabilis lang ang ating session this afternoon. Hindi po tayo siguro aabot ng 3 or 4 so that the others can still do the workshop earlier this morning, and for the others naman po, baka meron pa tayong ibang gagawin, di ba? And just a compensation because yesterday, ang haba po ng session. But I know that you really enjoyed yesterday's session with Sir Ariam. Napakagaling na employee dito sa Region 8 dito ba? I know that you learned a lot. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Flor, actually, after your speaking part,
okay
Sir
ba?
William will follow po just to continue the demos.
Okay. I'm really sorry. I thought ako lang po ang okay po. Also, mabalik pa pala si Sir Ariam. Yeah, because yesterday, Sir Ariam posted the the anniversary. So, siguro kaya na-late siya sa dito. So, sorry about that. Right. Anyway, my session will be short. Some of this you already know, but some of this also we need to reiterate so that kasi alam naman natin ngayon because of the usage of social media, marami din tayong nai-encounter na problems when it comes to social media, di ba? Alright, so let me share my presentation. Andito na po ba si Sir Ariam? Sorry, Sir Ariam. Sir Ariam. Sir Ariam po is a regional information officer also from Caraga region before he came to DepEd region. So magaling yan si Sir Ariam. Alright. Okay, so I guess you can see my screen already. This is social media management. This is actually a presentation that I used many years ago, but it is still applicable hanggang ngayon po. Alright, so I will give this presentation later to Ma'am Karen so that sila na po ang bahala magbigay sa inyo. Alright, so let's start. As I've said earlier po, I am from the Public Affairs Unit, so it is one of our responsibilities to handle the social media account of DepEd, because the Public Affairs Unit is responsible for the image build. It's like we build the image of the department into the public. So that's why we maximize the use of social media, especially Facebook nowadays, because halos lahat naman po tayo, di po ba, gumagamit na ng Facebook. And sino pa po dito ang hindi pa nakalike sa Facebook page ng DepEd Region 8? Meron pa po ba? Hopefully po, nakalike na po kayo. Currently, we have more than 20,000 followers on the page. So hopefully you are one of those po. And I also know that Leyte Division has their own Facebook page naman. So, yun, marami po kayong pwedeng mapagkulan ng information. Right, so this is social media management. So what is
Naka-open
social
na
media?
kuan.
Social media is any form
Laptop.
of online publication or presence that allows
Ang litan niya, kasi
interactive
sinugod kita kahit
communication.
maaram man kita.
Social media are web-based communication tools that enable people to interact with each other by both sharing and consuming information. So sharing and consuming information. I think probably the most famous social media platform for all of us here is of course Facebook and Messenger. Hindi po ba? As I've said earlier, it has become an integral part of our work also. So, alam ko po that there are teachers who are posting sa Facebook pages nila yung mga MOVs nila because somehow it's easier to keep the pictures sa Facebook. Di po ba? Parang, saan na yung picture natin? Pinost ko yun sa Facebook. So, madali lang siyang mahanap. Di po ba? So, that's one use of Facebook sa atin ngayon. So, yun. We will talk more about social media and other social media platforms later on. But right now, we will have a game. Alright? So, this is siguro parang energizer na lang din po. So, let's play a game. I will show you a logo of a social media platform. You may open, paano? Sige pa. You may open your mic while playing, or if you want to answer, you can just open your mic. Okay, and tell me kung ano po yung gamit ng social media platform na aking ipapakita sa inyo. Okay, so for example, I show you a logo of Facebook. Sabihin niyo lang na it's Facebook and kung paano natin siya ginagamit ngayon. Is that okay po? Ma'am Karen?
Yes po.
Okay po, so let's start. What is this? What social media platform is this?
Twitter.
Okay, so Ma'am Danliza De Vega, do you use Twitter? Yes po. Yes, it's Twitter. So, sino po ang gumagamit ng Twitter? Who uses Twitter here? Sino po yun? Si Sir Sani. Sani?
Yes po.
Jake. Sir Sani, you use Twitter. So, how do you use Twitter?
Most kasi of public offices, government offices use Twitter or updates some of their information on Twitter. Kaya pina-follow ko po yung napo-follow po ako ng mga government offices sa Twitter, and then those information, relevant information might be used to be cascaded to the different clienteles po natin as teachers. For example, may Twitter account naman po yung, for example, fielmix, the DepEd of course, may Twitter account naman po yun. Those relevant information could be used para po mai-cascade po natin sa ating mga, for example, mga bata, parents, gano'n.
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much, Sir Jade, for sharing that. It's good because you are also using Twitter for your work. Diba? Ako kasi, personally, I use Twitter for personal usage lang. But I also agree with you that there are actually, I think almost all offices right now have Twitter accounts wherein they also share relevant information. So it's actually just like Facebook, pero ang Twitter kasi is lesser characters. That's why some people prefer Twitter kasi hindi ka magbabasa dun ng mga mahahabang messages or mahahabang posts. It's usually very short, very parang direct to the point. So even DepEd Philippines has a verified Twitter account wherein we can also get relevant information relative to our programs and projects as well. So thank you so much, Sir Jade, for sharing.
I-add-on pa po, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yung ano po kasi, most of the public figures are more active in Twitter po rather than Facebook. Kaya mas okay po yung Twitter kapag
Mga artista
yung
ba yun,
public.
sir? Mga artista?
Mga artista, yes po. Tapos yung
Yeah.
mga, for example, mga politicians, ganun.
Yes. Yes, that's right, sir. Kasi it's just a personal observation. On Facebook kasi parang mostly mga tao is sometimes nagiging toxic, sometimes it's parang too much na kasi yung nasi-share sa Facebook. That's why sometimes I prefer to go to Twitter because people are much more genuine, I guess, there. And yun nga, shorter yung mga posts. So parang mabilis lang siyang scroll. But it's good that Sir Jade actually shared na. He's also doing it for work din also. Diba? So we can use social media in so many ways, but we can always maximize it to our advantage. Right? Okay. So that is Twitter. Yes. Next up, what is this?
Viber.
Viber. Yes.
Viber.
Sino ang
Viber po. Viber po.
Sino po gumagamit dito ng Viber? What is Viber? Viber. Yes,
Ako
this is
po.
Viber. Sige, Ma'am
Ako po,
Iris. When and how do you use Viber?
I'm using Viber po if ever na may isasend po ako na file, mga document file or malaking images. Minsan Viber yung ginagamit ko po. Mas easy siya kaysa sa Messenger.
Yes. So again, Ma'am Iris, you are using Viber for work also, not just for
Yes,
personal
po.
usage, no? Yes,
Yes,
because
po.
one thing that I have also observed about Viber is that when you share photos on Viber, hindi nagde-degrade yung
Pixelated.
quality. Yes, hindi bumababa yung quality ng photo, hindi nagiging pixelated. But when you actually share it to Messenger or to Facebook, nagiging pixelated siya. That's why some people prefer using Viber over Messenger. And I also have observed that the higher executives in DepEd also use Viber instead of Messenger. So meron silang mga what's that, group chats also in Viber rather than sa Messenger. Right? Okay, so very good. Mukhang alam na alam ng mga participants natin ang iba't ibang social media platforms. So let's move on, okay? Thank you, Ma'am Iris, for sharing. Right? I'm also encouraging the others to participate. Alright? So how about this one? Do you know this one po?
Magabantay natin. Nagdangkira na ng numerics. Kami lang kinadaghanan ng numerics. 8.
What
Nalupigan pa niya,
social media
Juan.
platform is this?
Ano
Sir
ba to? Kay
Chris,
waray ko, no?
Chris Anthony
Muto ko
Novera.
kahag.
Sir,
Mas
this
private
is
mga bata,
Tumblr.
pagod ba
Yes,
to?
you
Wala ko
are
sa-
correct. Do you use Tumblr po? Sino po ang gumagamit ng
Waray po kapag ni Mamanso. Magabantay kami.
I actually don't have Tumblr. Hindi po ako gumagamit ng Tumblr, but I know people. Hindi ko alam ito. This is Tumblr po. This is also a social media platform wherein people share blogs naman po. It's like also posting sa Facebook. But Tumblr is more on ano kasi siya, yes, it's a blogging platform where you can blog or reblog things that you like. So this is parang hindi siya masyadong magagamit sa workplace. This is more of a personal usage lang po. Tumblr. It's just like another form of Facebook actually. It's more popular to teenagers, I guess, and to Western countries. Not so much in the Asian countries, I guess. But that is also another social media platform that we can explore. Next up,
Pinterest.
Pinterest. Yes, Ma'am Janice Bernal. Yes, this is Pinterest. And I know that most of our teachers are taking pictures from Pinterest, hindi po ba? Kasi actually there are so many materials that you can download from Pinterest. na can be used siguro in your classrooms, in your decorations, gano'n. So,
ngaon da di
gumagamit po, yes, Pinterest for classroom decors. That's right. Do you use Pinterest po for your classroom decorations?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, all right. So you know that it's a good social media platform as well. Okay, thank you so much. Next,
Skype.
Skype. Skype.
Oh, yes, exactly. This is Skype. Skype, before, nung hindi pa uso ang ano yan? Video messaging sa Messenger, no? Skype ang ginagamit natin for video chat or video calls. Yan, so it actually makes the world a lot smaller because you can connect to anyone in any parts of the world as long as there is internet. Diba? So,
Friendly po, ma'am. Friendly po yung Skype.
ano po?
Friendly po na gamitin yung Skype. I use it with online lessons.
Okay, so it's you're saying,
Gamit.
yes, you're saying that it's user friendly. Right. I think Skype is also being used by so many online tutorial services. So,
Yes po,
maganda din po.
ma'am.
Yes, maganda gamitin tutorial. Yes. Ay, siguro nag-online tutorial ito si Ma. Alright. No, actually, me too po. I am also, before, nag-online jobs din ako. So, Skype talaga is really good. Skype and Google Duo are somewhat the same. Okay. Thank you, sir, for sharing. Next,
Instagram.
Instagram. Yes. Yes, this is Instagram. Opo. Ma'am Karen, may na ba kita prize at most participative?
Yay!
In short, IG. Yes, sino po sa ating mga participants ang merong Instagram?
Ako po.
Ako po.
Please follow me po. Charot yun.
Username, please.
Sige po, please follow me at McFlurry. Charot. Anyway, so how do you use Instagram po?
Editing pictures.
Editing pictures. Okay, what else? Usually, the difference po of Instagram to other social media platforms is that picture ang ating ipopost, di ba? Hindi tayo pwedeng mag-post ng words lang. It should always have a photo. And I remember when I was still in college, tagal na, Instagram was only used by people who were very aesthetic, were very, parang curated talaga yung Instagram feeds nila. Like same color, ganon. Parang as said here by ma'am, no, sabi niya, mostly used by actors and actresses, both local and international. Meron naman akong Instagram, ma'am, pero hindi naman ako actor or actress. Charot. Anyway, that's correct, ma'am. There are mga artista, celebrities, they use Instagram to also promote their products, ganon. That's why, as I've said, the photos that are being posted on Instagram are usually curated and very much aesthetically beautiful. Yes, synchronized with FB po ang mga posts. You can do that, ma'am, but you can also separate lang. It has a high resolution when it comes to pictures. Yes, so kahit mag-scroll down ka, no, same pa rin yung resolution. Unlike sa Facebook, if balikan niyo po yung mga pictures niyo in 2009, 2005, medyo pixelated na po talaga siya. Alright, so can Instagram be used in the workplace? What do you think po?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
um, Instagram has also messaging features. So it could be if your students could somehow communicate with you via Instagram. Meron din po itong video call or video messaging. Pwede rin po dun. And then some announcements could be posted via JPEG formats or PNG. Could be
Yes.
posted.
Yes, because it is a social media platform, of course, we can use it for sharing advocacy materials, for also getting information, di ba? I'm not sure if DepEd Philippines has an official Instagram account, but Instagram can also be a source of information and aesthetic advocacy materials. So it can also be useful. But right now, I don't think it is widely used because usually pag may Instagram tayo, usually it's just for personal, diba po? But of course, because it is, as I've said, it's a social media platform, there is no limit to using it, diba? So later on, we will discuss the etiquette, the proper etiquette or the proper way to use these social media platforms. All right. Okay, next up, thank you for sharing again, sir. And thank you also for those who are answering my questions sa chat box. I really appreciate it. It shows that you really are listening and you are into this workshop. So thank you so much po. Let's move on. Next, how about this?
Snapchat.
Snapchat.
Chat.
What is Snapchat? Okay lang po ba pumili? Para yung iba naman po. Sir Larvi Labor. Larve? Hi sir, good afternoon. Do you use Snapchat po? Social media wherein short clips of videos are uploaded. Yes, that's right. Long before ano yan? My Day sa Facebook and or stories ba yun? Stories or My Days. Before that, there was Snapchat. So Snapchat is just like My Day or stories wherein if you upload something, mawawala siya after 24 hours. Sa Snapchat din po nag-start ang filters. Yung mga kunwari nalagay mo sa face mo yung camera tapos doon sa screen para ka magiging aso, ganon. So, that is Snapchat po. So, right now, it is not so widely used probably here in Region 8 because yun nga, is meron ng My Day and Stories. So, usually doon na lang yung mga tao. Since it also has filters and other effects that you can have fun with. Diba po? So, yes, that is Snapchat. Alright, next. Of course, Facebook. Sino po ba dito sa 97 participants natin ang walang Facebook? Lahat merong Facebook. Siguro po lahat tayo merong Facebook and maybe some of us even have more than one accounts, hindi po ba? So I don't know the reason for other people why they have many accounts, but probably because they can no longer accommodate like kasi limited lang po ang allowable friends sa isang account, diba? So some people, they try to make another Facebook account so that they can accommodate everyone. Alright, so right now, yes po, please turn off your microphones. Already, we are done with the game. Yun. Yes, 5K only na friends. So if you have like 8,000 friends, paano naman sila hindi mo ma-accommodate, diba? So some people, they make another account. Some people naman, because they are private, they use one personal account and then one account for work, which is something that I would agree with. I would agree doing with, pero parang mahirap kasi siya, diba? Kasi you will parang maintain 2 accounts. But it's up to you naman po. I think those are just some of the reasons why other people do that. Let's read the comments. Facebook is my primary social media account, followed by Instagram, Twitter, and Snapchat. Sorry. Create Facebook page. Hehehe. Famous problems. Oo, tama. There's a social media popular back then. Friendster, yes! Friendster, parang elementary pa yata ako noon, or elementary. Oo, Friendster. Pero ngayon parang games na lang siya kasi you can actually follow the person. Used to connect with friends, allow users to share pictures, learn ICT skills without the need for boring step-by-step instruction. Begins good. So I really love the inputs that you are putting into the chat box. Thank you po. Okay, si Ma'am Jenaline Montes, she has more than one account, but the other one is a business account. So businesswoman pala si Ma'am. Yes, that's also one way to put it, di ba po? Kasi to separate naman your business from your personal transactions, kumbaga. Facebook lang gamit ko, ma'am. That's alright po. For me, Facebook is my primary account for posting announcement to my co-teachers. Yes. Ma'am, you are still young kasi college na po ako sa time ng Friendster. Okay. Sige po. Thank you po. Thank you po for all your inputs. I use Facebook and have 600 plus friends only. I don't accept all requests. Bong. We will tackle more on that later on po. You can also customize your audience on Facebook. Yes, we will also tackle that later on. But it seems like most of us here already know how we can go about our ideals when it comes to social media. No? So I really am encouraging everyone to speak or to put their comments in the chat box regarding our topic. All right, so let's go on to some facts about Facebook. So I read in a comment section earlier that Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook. Yes, Mark Zuckerberg is one of the wealthiest persons on earth because he made Facebook, and we all know that everyone has Facebook right now for different purposes po, diba? For business, personal work, and so on. So yes, he's very rich. So as of the first quarter of 2021, 2.85 billion active users every day sa Facebook. So 2.85 billion active users, ang dami-dami po nating gumagamit ng Facebook. That's why if you post something on Facebook, 2.85 billion, if the settings po is naka-public siya, 2.85 billion active users ang pwedeng makakita ng inyong post. Diba? Wow, yes, wow talaga. But actually, I think this number is still growing, especially because during this health crisis, most of our work, di ba po, naging remote na, napupunta na sa social media kadalasan. That's why I think more and more people are really using Facebook right now. So, yes, 2.85 billion active users. Right? So, actually, there are still countries naman who still block Facebook. Like, I think China, di yata pwede ang Facebook sa kanila. So, ganun. Alright, so next. As of December 2015 pa po, 91% of the users of Facebook are millennials. So, sino pa po ba ang millennials dito? Millennials pa po ba tayo dito? Di yata ako millennial. Yun, so there are so many of us, diba? And then, as of 2016 naman po, 72% of adults are using Facebook, 20 to 60 years old. So, um, adults, right now I'm seeing more and more senior citizens or older people who are engaging more on Facebook, 'di ba po? Lola ko nag-FB pa, tama, because social media platform, if you use it right naman, anyone can use it naman po as long as we use it correctly. Diba? Yun. Yun. That's why because of these numbers, we are now in the so-called screen generation. Right. So for example, kakagising nyo lang po in the morning. What is the first thing that you do? What is the first thing that you do when you wake up in the morning? Oh, check CP agad. When you wake up in the morning,
Check my phone.
when you wake up in the morning po, ang first niyo pong ginagawa is open your eyes. Charot. Ako lang yata natawa sa joke ko. Anyway, when you open your eyes, ako personally, because my cell phone is just beside me, so, I look at it agad because I look at the time. Kung nag-oversleep ba ako or pwede pa ba ako matulog. So, yun. Actually, our cell phones have substituted so many things in our lives. We can check our calendar, our calculator, reminders, notes, pictures, di ba po, in our phones. That's why we are called the screen generation right now. Even this virtual workshop right now would not be possible if we did not have screens in front of us, right? May it be a laptop or a cell phone, we are actively using our screens right now. Yan. Anti-chat ni jowa. Alarm clock. Tama. It has also become our alarm clock. Stop ng alarm. Sana all my jowa. Iniwan na pala ako. Oy, how sad. Anyway, there are so many things that we can say that can support that we are in the screen generation right now. So because we are in the screen generation right now and we are teachers, hindi po ba? We have the power to teach our children also. So let's maximize this screen generation that we have right now. And how do we do that? Diba? To conquer the screen generation, we have to provide good contents. Ayan. So mostly po, if you are following people on YouTube or other celebrities or influencers on other social media platform, it is one of their parang it is one of the things that they really work on is the content that they share on their social media accounts. Because with good content, dumadami, nag-i-increase ang mga followers nila. And because they are influencers, that's what they want. Diba? So how do you provide good contents? Yun ang pag-uusapan natin today. Alright? Sige, basahin ko po muna ang mga comments dito. Ma'am Mac, waiting message from Sir Arian. Bakit? Nagbabalik na naman si Mac and Sir Arian. Yes, that's right. Unique and good contents so that we will be able to build our reputation, and then in the following days or months or weeks, people will really go back to us to check the contents that we are sharing. If it is unique, it is good, it is informative, it's positive, it can help us in our self-development, or it can help us with our work, people will really go back to us. Hindi po ba? So, as school information coordinators, it is important na yung mga sinishare natin sa yung mga sinishare natin to whatever social media platform that we have chosen are of standard naman, di ba? Nagpo-follow sa tamang social media etiquette. Ayan. So, let me ask po of parang di informed si Ma'am Flor. New love team. May love team kayo dito. Hindi po ako informed. So, si Sir Arian may ka-love team. Okay. Nandito na ba si Sir Arian? Wala pa yata. Most youth are also in TikTok. We should consider various factors. Yes, that is very important. During the lockdown or during the start of the pandemic, TikTok has increased more and more and more subscribers because people were just inside their house, were bored, and they wanted to try something new. That's why more and more people were using ano ba yung pinag-uusapan dyan? More and more people were using TikTok. Yes, and as I've said, whatever social media platform that we choose to use, whatever social media platform we choose to use, let us make sure that we are following proper social media etiquette, hindi po ba? Because we are information officers, we are information coordinators. Kumbaga, whatever we say or whatever we post, it reflects us and our organization. Alright? So, for example, nag-post ka ng fake news. For example, nag-post ka ng fake news, tapos nakita ng mga katrabaho mo, co-teachers mo, they will also share the same. Hindi nila verify. So what will happen to you? Parang nag-share ka ng fake news, so parang hindi ka na reliable. Hindi po ba? And that is not what we want. We want people to trust us with the information that we are sharing, and we want people to come back to us for relevant information. Yun po. So hopefully yun po ang maging parang goal natin as information coordinators. I know that you were chosen to become information coordinators because you are capable and actually you already know these things, di po ba? So right now we just have to discuss some of these etiquettes so that you won't if you have questions you can ask them, or if meron kayong gustong i-clarify, di ba? We can talk it with the group. Alright. Ma'am Flora, pantanggal lang ng antok. Pasensya na. Ma'am, wag kang matulog dyan. Magkape ka dyan, ma'am. Later na yan. Listen to Ma'am Flora muna tayo. Thank you so much po. Yes. Alright. So we have discussed earlier the different social media platforms, diba? And here, I have cited some social media etiquette. This is very informal, actually. You can share your thoughts if you want to, as long as it is within the time. Okay. So rule number one is, of course, use your common sense. How common is common? Hindi po ba? That's our problem right now. If nagruruhaduha ka, ano ba tagulo? If nagruruhaduha ka pag post, if you are in doubt of something, better not post it na lang po. Hindi po ba? Think before you click yes. Pag nag-aalanganin ka, you may ask your higher supervisors, your school head, your information officers before you share something, to ensure that you are responsible with the things that you are sharing. Diri kay masaring kita, uy, ano, ito na yung post. Waray, dira ko maram, gusto ko lang i-share. Diba? That's wrong. That's not how we want things to be, especially when you are an information coordinator. Right? So I have here an example. This is a Western example. Right? So Why don't they pack up and move back to Africa? Mississippi teacher is suspended for shocking racist Facebook post. Alright, so in your workplace right now, do you have people, I mean, in your social media platform right now, sino po ang mas nakaka-dominate? Is it those people who share positive things, who share good thoughts, or is it those people who share negativities, rants, etc., things like that? What shows up more po on your feeds? Memes, positive. What else?
Facebook, kanako bang mga negative o mga positive?
Baka puro na lang po work. Toxic, both ma'am. Yes, I think it's good. Negativities po. I think it's good if we surround ourselves with with positive people, kasi we actually have the power to control naman po our friends, di ba? As said earlier by ma'am, 600 lang ang friends niya kasi hindi niya ina-accept lahat. Which is good because hindi naman talaga lahat ng nag-friend request sa atin is friends natin. Diba? And in that way, you are also able to control the people who are seeing your posts. Di po ba? So later on, we will see how we can control that even more. I choose what to appear on my newsfeed. Yes, that's right po. Yes, unfollow negative people. Yes, I'm actually an advocate of unfollowing negative people or unfollowing people that you think is not good for you. Yes. Ako personally, I do that whenever I feel like this particular person is sharing too much and I don't want to see it, unfollow ka agad. Because I think we will discuss it later on. Yes, we will discuss it later on. Unfriend agad. Okay, there are times kasi when people, ano ba yan? Sasabihin ng tao, uy, bakit mo ako in-unfriend? Friends naman tayo in real life, bakit mo ako in-unfriend sa Facebook? For that to not happen, you can actually just unfollow them. So, friends pa rin kayo, pero hindi mo na makikita yung mga annoying posts niya. If that is the case. Alright? Okay. So, when we are using our Facebook pages po, let's make sure that we are not sharing things that we cannot share personally. Diba? Our social media accounts are actually a reflection of who we are as a person, diba? So if you share negative things, bad things, it shows your personality, diba? Especially when we are teachers and siguro if we are teachers tapos we keep on sharing photos na nag-iinuman, mga ganon. It's not naman bawal, but whenever you post something on Facebook, always remember that you are not just carrying your own name, but you're also carrying the name of the Department of Education. Parang ganun po ang aking nakukuha doon. No? Especially when we are teachers and when we are school information coordinators. I'm not saying naman po na let's be very restrictive and no, because of course it's our personal platform actually, but we have so many considerations kasi, and I think that's why we need to use our common sense also when we are using social media, diba? Yun, sabi ni ma'am, ang dami niyo parang sinasabi dito. Okay. Toxic po yung page niya, just unfollow. Wag nang i-unfriend. That's just a suggestion. Okay? Problems cannot be solved on social media. Better talk with the person. Marami kasing nag-rant sa Facebook. Yes, As of now, I think most of us here have already encountered rants from other people regarding different topics, di ba? People right now are so empowered to speak up their minds, to share their thoughts, especially on social media. Di ba? But let us, ano ba yan? Let us bear in mind that posting our dirty laundry on social media cannot solve our problems, 'di ba? It can even magnet some other problems. Ganon. Sabi ni Ma'am Morina, you don't have to wait for life to be hard for you to be happy. Life is short, just enjoy. Alam ko to, ma'am, sa ano to? Got Talent pa yun. Unfollow and ignore. Don't mind negative people. You are what you post. That is why think before you click. Yes. I share inspirational messages, achievements, etc. That is okay actually, ma'am. I remember our previous regional director, Sir Ramiro Aitico, he was always advocating that we share success stories in our Facebook pages. Success stories, beautiful stories in the school, in our personal lives, and because we would want to spread positivity, di po ba? We would want to spread happiness instead of negativity, instead of things that we can actually solve among us, not on social media. Yeah. Oh my God. Is it just okay, ma'am, to be updated every day of your activities related to work, ma'am? Because I consider my account as an online repository of my achievements. I think there is nothing wrong with that because as long as you are using your account and you are not being a nuisance to other people, that's all right po. If you would want to use your social media account as a repository of your achievements, why not, diba? Achievements yun. So, ibig sabihin, these are positive things, these are achievements, this can inspire other people also. As long as di po kayo nakakasakit ng iba and as long as wala naman tayong naaapakan ng mga tao, that is alright. First, okay, so that is number 1, use your common sense, okay? Let's do away with posting negativities on Facebook. Just like this one, the teacher was suspended because he posted something racist, diba? So let's not wait for that to happen in our areas para tayo matuto. Right? So number 2, check if your privacy settings are ultra secure. Alright, so do you know how to navigate your Facebook settings? Alam po ba natin how to navigate our Facebook settings? Yes, it is very important that we know how to do that because we can share so many information in our social media, right? But sometimes there are information that we do not want the public, the entire 2 point how many billions can see, diba? Sometimes we just want it to be just us, diba? Dun lang sa mga friends mo. So, you should be able to navigate your privacy settings. Alright, so this is my Facebook account. So, actually, you can just click this one here and then bababa siya and then there will be your settings. General, security, privacy. So, it is actually, yes, it is actually up to us how we would control the audience or those who can see our posts, diba po? When it is something related to ours, to the public talaga, that's alright naman. But there are certain things that we would want to keep to ourselves, right? So, you just navigate po the settings in any social media account, not just in Facebook. Kasi of course, because we are in the internet, there are so many things that can happen. Cyber breach, phishing, so many of those things can happen. So it is very important that we sift the information that we are giving the internet. Diba po? These, ano ba yan? For example, you buy something online, let's say Shopee or Lazada, and then you enroll your card ano ba yun? In the app itself. Make sure po that you delete it kasi there are sometimes na nakukuha yung information natin, especially the cards, 'di ba? Pwede po tayong ma-hack, pwedeng mangyari yung mga ganon. So as much as possible, let us share less to the internet if we don't want cybersecurity breaches to happen or phishing or whatever na parang masama for the information that we will post online. Alright, so make sure po that you know and that you have navigated the settings page of your account to whatever social media platform you are on. Diba? Right. Let's hear again the comments. Just like tagging, not all my FB friends can tag me right away. Yes, you can control it in the settings section po. Even emails po, it should be secured. Yes, everything on the internet should be secured. Alright? So, cybersecurity naman po is another topic, hindi po ba? We are in the social media etiquette right now. So, just make sure that you know what is happening with the posts or who really can see your posts whenever you make one. Right? Okay. So, for example, this one. So, as you can see, this is an example of a Facebook parang feed. Alright, so you have here, kunwari naiinis ka with someone and then you want to post, you can actually change the audience here. So you can have it public, friends except these people, or you can also adjust it na ikaw lang ang makakakita, diba? So you have these features sa Facebook actually. So you can always check on that if you want to ensure that the information that you are sharing reaches only the people that you want to inform. Right? Okay. So you also have here in your settings, timeline and tagging settings. So makikita po ninyo, you can check here if sino po, who can post on your timeline, who can see what other post, ganon. So, as you can see here, lahat sa akin friends lang. Okay, walang public. Okay, because I don't want others to see it if hindi naman kami friends. Diba? So, yun. Okay, rule number 3. Make sure that you carefully screen online friends or followers. Right? As I've said earlier, we can choose naman who we would want to be friends with. Diba? Hindi lang sa Facebook but also in other social media platforms. You can filter people you want or not want to see. Okay, so make sure that you carefully screen online friends and make sure na sila talaga yung humahawak ng account na yon, because phishing or cyber breaching can also be done by certain accounts na akala mo friend mo pero hindi pala. Diba? So, kunwari, friends kayo, tapos bigla na lang mag-chat sa'yo na, uy, na-hospital ako, please bring me, or please give me money, ganito, ganyan. Tapos, hindi pala yun yung kaibigan mo. So, always verify if that is really the person or not. Diba? So, make sure that you carefully screen online friends or followers. Yan. So, this is another feature of Facebook wherein you can group your friends actually into close friends, into acquaintances, ganon. So that when you post something, pwede mo siyang i-share lang sa close friends mo. Pwede mo rin siyang i-share lang sa acquaintances mo. Or, if you, or we can also do it na i-group natin yung mga workmates natin into one group. And then, if you post na for work lang, sila lang yung makakakita. Parang ganun po. So we can actually play with the settings in our Facebook accounts, Facebook pages. So I think you all have access to internet, so you can really explore these things on your own, you know. But yeah, these are just the basics. Yeah. Okay. So far po, do you have any questions? Wala naman, ano? Yun. To avoid phishing, do not click questionable links sent to you. Yes, a few months back, something was circulating in the messenger. Something was circulating in messenger na parang sinasabi na pag i-click mo daw yun, mananalo ka ng pera. Those things usually are scam. Ba? When it's too good to be true, baka scam yan. So make sure that hindi kayo mag-fall into these traps. Alright? So parang always verify first before you click anything. Kasi maybe sa pag-click mo na yon, makuha ka agad yung mga information mo. Diba? So always make sure that whatever you share or whatever you click on is safe for all of us. Okay? Yun. Better not accept if hindi kilala person. Paano mo daw mahahanap ang forever mo kung hindi ka mag-a-accept ng mga hindi kilala? Diba? But it's always better to be secure. Right? Kasi it's always better to be secured. Okay, rule number 4, respect the opinions of other netizens. As I have said, there are more than 2 billion people on the internet. That means there are also 2 billion different opinions that you can find on the internet. Diba? Hindi lang ikaw yung may own opinion, hindi lang yung kapitbahay mo. There are so many people around the world who also have their own opinions or own beliefs. So, as you know, as a person or as a human being, let's respect each other. Diba kasi there are so many people arguing on the internet just for things na they think is important to them. Diba? So, let's respect the opinions of other people as well who are on the internet. Sa inyo po ba, because you are in the school level, are there teachers arguing sa internet or sa Facebook? Meron po ba mga ganun?
So far, none po.
So far, wala. Okay? That's good. Kasi it would be bad for our school or our organization if there are DepEd personnel who are fighting or arguing in social media. Hindi po ba? Parang hindi siya maganda for our reputation. Hindi siya maganda na reflection of ourselves and our organization. Yan. So, kunwari nag-aaway kayo dun, syempre, hindi lang kayo ang makakakita nun. Makakakita din yung iba. Diba? So, ensure that kung ano po yung kaya niyong pag-usapan personally, if you're trying to fix something, do it personally, diba? Rather than virtually. Yun. Sabi dito ni Ma'am, I think Ma'am Karen, are you still there? Sabi dito, Before I forget, I would just like to share this and how this feels on our end. There were occasions we did not meet the deadline of our division, and this happened long time ago that the list of schools were posted and we felt judged by publicity because all of the schools have known that these schools have not complied. Schools have been messaging us that we have not submitted, blah blah blah. Just sharing. I think ano to po kasi Ma'am Karen?
Yes, I'm here.
Oo. Ma'am, yun yung concern ni, I don't know sino po, diba?
I think
Pero
that will
I
be
think,
tackled by Data Privacy
yes,
Act.
yes ma'am, that's what I'm trying to say. Since we are in social media etiquette po tayo ngayon, no? This can be tackled in the data privacy na po. Alright? Okay. So, just sharing lang naman si ma'am or sir ba. Okay, thank you sir for sharing that, but that is for another topic po, for the data privacy po. Yun. Okay. Yes po, I have read the answers. Alright. Okay, let's move on. So yun po, please respect the opinions of other netizens. Alright, so I have here an example. Sabi niya, good morning mga ka-DDS. If you are a Duterte fanatic, please unfriend me now. Thanks. What can you say about this post po? I found this in my timeline long ago. What can you say po about this post? Annoying? Okay, so these things may be annoying to others, right? Sabi ni Ma'am KSP. Good. These things may be annoying, but you can always just ignore those things naman, di ba? Though nakakasira din siya ng araw, ganun. This is, for me, personally, I would probably unfriend or unfollow this type of person. But it would really help if hindi na natin siguro palakihin pa yung issue, ganun. Because sayang yung oras na i-invest natin sa mga ganitong posts dito ba. Whether we agree with them or not, we should think first if this will be good for us or not. Diba? Kasi it's social media. So many things can happen, so many things can occur, but we are still in control naman. Diba? So if we want to make deadma, that's fine. So, as long as hindi na natin siguro palakihin yung mga ganitong issues, di ba? Hindi naman po ito makakatulong sa ating trabaho or sa atin personally, di ba? So, better ignore na lang, or if you can unfollow these types of people. Alright? Rule number 5, be careful where you get your information from. So, as I said earlier, because this is social media, ang dami-dami nating pwedeng mapagkuhanan ng information. Some of this may be true and verified, but some of this may be fake. Diba? So, we should be able to know which ones are fake and which ones are shareable. Right? So, I think later on I will know how to check if it's fake or not. Right? So, before you share something, especially because we are information coordinators or information officers. Yes, yun po. Especially because we are information coordinators, pag nag-share tayo ng something, if people see it, they will think that it's already correct. It's already tama siya, verified. Kasi nga, we are information coordinators, di ba? Dapat, information coordinators kita na aton yung share na information is correct and verified and not fake news. Sabi dito, maging mapanuri. Correct. May fact checker naman po. Yes, there are many sites that we can check for fast facts, diba? But one thing about us, information coordinators, ang number 1 po natin na dapat maging source of information is DepEd sites. Number one, deped.gov.ph for memorandum, ganon, because um, everything is there naman po. All the memorandum are there, orders, it's there. So, it's good practice na doon talaga tayo kumukuha ng mga information. The deped.gov.ph website also has press releases, infographics, which we can also share in our own Facebook page. Yun. So, make sure lang, if nasa DepEd Philippines po yan, for sure that is verified. So, it's a safe way, or it's a safe place for us to get our information which are relative or related to our work. So, kapag kapag nasa memo siya, most tama yan. Diba? So, kami po, because as I've said earlier, ang DepEd Eastern Visayas, diba, has more than 20,000 followers. So, usually, we share the posts from the central office. So, doon din po kami kumukuha ng mga information na pwede naming ma-share to the public. And you can also do the same po. Right? Sabi dito, DepEd Tambayan. DepEd Tambayan, sinishare ng mga teachers. I've heard before that from DepEd na hindi ganun ka-accurate ang nasa DepEd Tambayan because they are actually from outside po sila ng DepEd. So, I think it's much better if we rely more on DepEd Philippines rather than DepEd Tambayan. Kasi I think DepEd Tambayan meron yata silang inclination to, I can't talk in behalf of them, but I think they have inclination on other things. So, if you really want na verified yung information, doon po tayo sa DepEd Philippines. Kasi for me, hindi naman nagkukulang ang DepEd Philippines sa mga information na pinopost nila po. And if ever we need like the messages or the press releases, it's all in deped.gov.ph. Alright? Okay. So, and also the division offices have their own Facebook pages naman po. So, for sure, the division information officers sharing those information, they will not share it kung hindi po verified. So, pwede din po kayong mag-base doon. Alright. Okay. So, yun. Be careful where you get your information from. Okay? Next, don't use your social media accounts to spread hate. As I have said earlier, our social media account is a direct reflection of us. Diba? Kung masyado tayo nag-share ng negative things, it means that negative tayo na people. Parang people would not want to be with us because we are negative. Diba? But if we share encouragements, our milestones, our achievements, I think these are inspiring stories where other people can be inspired about, can be motivated with those things, diba? So, kayo, saan niyo ba mas gusto? Doon ba kayo sa hate, sa toxic, or dito kayo sa positive and good? Diba? We want to, as I've said earlier, we want to maximize the use of what's been given to us, diba? The social media, it's not good, it's not bad. It depends on how you use it. So if you will use it in a bad way, in a negative way, then it becomes bad. But if you use social media in a way that it will develop you more, it will enhance your skills more, then that's better. Diba? So again, it's your choice. Alright, so another thing is, don't share too much information online. Good. Positive po. Spread love instead of hate. Do not bully on social media. Yes, especially kasi we have so many rules right now, cyberbullying, di ba po? So, let's make sure that we don't do these things on social media. Especially because we are teachers, hindi tayo dapat nang bubuli ng kung sino-sino. May it be another teacher, may it be a student, especially student, may it be any other people. Let's stop the hate. Let's not bully other people, especially on social media. Yes, as I have said, social media is not bad. It is not good. It only depends on how you use it. Sir Gary Mosquito, thank you for that. Okay, so next is don't share too much information online. What happens when you share too much information online? What happens when we share too much online? Anong nangyayari? Sino ang pwede mag-share? Well, if we share too much information online, it makes us more vulnerable to cyber safety, cyber crimes, hindi po ba? A few years back, someone told me that, di ba po, there are games sa Facebook wherein it's like you scan your face and then it turns you into something else, di po ba? Someone warned me of that before because they said that the technology being used there, kasi di ba, before you use it, parang you agree on something that the information can be used, blah blah blah. And because we really want to go with the trend, hindi na natin binabasa. Click na lang natin. So, we use it agad-agad. And then, not knowing that our information is being shared also to other platforms or other programs, other sites na we are not knowledgeable about. So, let's not share too much information online. Like this one. This was another thing that became a trend on Facebook. This is the surname challenge. Okay, so surname challenge. Can you answer these 4 questions? My dad's surname, his mom's surname, blah blah blah. Sino po ang nagawa ng ganitong challenge before? Meron ba? I don't know if meron. But I have seen so many friends on Facebook do this. And then I was also warned not to do it because, for example, sa banks, di ba, they ask for the full maiden name of your mother. And that is parang, it's part of your security kasi. Okay, so if other people have access to this information, if may masama talaga silang balak, if they want to use this information to hack your accounts, they can do that. Okay, just with this information that you have shared na akala mo is you're just participating on a trend, wala namang masamang nangyayari, but cyber hackers are just around the corner, looking kung meron ba silang makukuhang information sa inyo na magagamit nila or wala. Okay, so let's always be mindful of the things that we share online because these things can be used against us or these things can be used to hack our other accounts outside Facebook. Alright, so this includes yung mga ATM accounts natin, credit cards natin, because, yun nga, as I've said, these information are our security information in the banks. So, ayun po. Always be vigilant with anything and everything that you share online. Okay? Okay, for rule number 7, don't forget to cite your legitimate sources. So, if you are sure that it's not fake news, yan, makakapag-cite ka talaga ng legitimate sources. Diba? Because, pwede tayong makasuhan na nagka-copy lang tayo from certain things or from certain people if we don't cite our sources. Diba? Dami ko namang rule number 7. Okay. Another is, don't share unverified information. Yes, it's already number 8. I'm sorry about that. Don't share unverified information. As I've said earlier, let's ensure that the things that we are sharing are not fake. Let's make sure that these are all verified so that when we are asked, saan galing yung information mo, we know what to answer and hindi tayo mapapahiya because it's a verified information. Diba? Yun po. Especially, as paulit-ulit ko pong sinasabi, but this is especially because we are information coordinators. Okay? So yun. Do not tolerate cyberbullies and do not be the cyberbully yourself. Diba? If our co-teachers are fighting online, ano ba ang gagawin natin? Ano po ang gagawin kung may mga nag-aaway-away online? Number 1 siguro is wag na tayo makisali, of course. And let us advise these people to solve these problems outside social media. Because as was stated earlier, this is not where we solve our problems, di ba? Also, as was stated by our previous regional director, let's use our social media to share positive things, to share milestones, achievements, positive things that can help our community. Not these things na mag-aaway-away tayo dyan para tayong mga bata. Diba? So, we are all grown-ups. We know what to do. If we use our common sense, we will not be doing this online. Diba? So let us not tolerate cyberbullies and let us not be cyberbullies ourselves. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Number 9. Number 10 na siguro ito. Only post online what you can say in real life. Yun, tama. Yun. Don't add fuel to the fire. Huwag makasali para hindi lumaki ang away. If you want them to stop, especially if related sila sa'yo, PM them. Of course, yes, there is power in privacy. Diba? At ngayon ko lang sinabi yun, but there is power in privacy. So, if these things can be solved privately naman, then why not do that, diba? Ang sakit kaya sa ulo if we are fighting online or if we are arguing online, diba? So, let's pull that away, and let's pull away from that, and let's solve it privately. Simple as that. Hindi naman tayo mga bata na hindi makakaintindi, dito ba? We are all professionals here. We are all teachers, diba? So, we can handle these things among ourselves. Ideally, dito ba? Alright, so that's the last rule. Now, let's check how to spot fake news. Yun. How do we... Fighting online can only attract chismosa. Sino ba mga chismosa dyan? Right? Istorya la, waray away. Okay. Thank you. Yes, that's right po. Thank you for sharing. Now let's go to how to spot fake news. Okay, so because we are in a digital world right now, screen generation, we have so many sources just right at the tip of our fingers, at our fingertips. In just one click, we will have so many resources available to us, especially if malakas ang internet natin. In just one click, marami agad ang lalabas dyan, diba? So, always consider the source. Check the source if it is reliable. Check the source if it is reliable. So, these are some the photos here carrying false or unverified contents. So, of course, if it's an unverified account or page, huwag na tayong kumuha ng information doon, di ba? Doon na tayo sa mga sure tayo na it's really verified. Diba? I'm not going to what's this advertise, but as I've said, if it is work related, of course diretso na tayo sa deped.gov.ph or DepEd Philippines, diba? But I think we already know what are the tamang sources ng ating mga information. Let's do away from wasting our time reading the contents of these websites here, because aside from nakakaubos sila ng time, hindi pa mali yung information natin, di ba? Hindi tama yung ma-share natin sa iba. So, that is like the opposite of what we want to happen. As information officers, it is our responsibility to share only correct and verified information. And we can only do that if our sources are verified. Alright? Sabi ni Ma'am Arlene Pica, most of the time, people air out emotions in social media rather than to their friends or family. I think this is a way of coping up. This is another way of coping of other people. Not naman siguro everyone, because some people, if you really have someone to talk to, you wouldn't find the need to share it online, di ba? That's why also earlier we said na let's respect the opinions of other people, because we do not know the entire story, di ba? There are so many backstories to a single story. So let us not let's not judge people on social media. But if we can control ourselves, and if we can advocate these good things to other people, then why not, diba? Let's start from ourselves, and then other people will just, let's be good examples to others so that they may follow the good examples that we are advocating. Yun. Okay? So, another thing is read beyond. Okay? So, another thing to do to spot fake news is always read beyond. Some people kasi, tinitignan lang nila yung headline. Bakit? Diba, in journalism, we were told na in order to have a good article, headline mo pala dapat mabasa-basa na good. That's why other columnists or other, let's say, newspapers or other article makers, they really make it a point na haira pala headline, masashock ka na talaga. So you will really read it, diba? So, some people share or they share these information agad-agad without really examining the contents of these articles, diba? So, wag muna. Let's always read beyond what we see. Okay? Always read beyond what we see. Always read beyond the headlines. Okay, so, yun. For example, some people, I'm not saying I'm advocating this or whatever. This is just an example. Example is the anti-terror law or the anti-terror bill or ganun. Some people, they already don't like it because of the word terror, without even knowing the contents of this law, of this bill. Parang na-judge na nila kaagad, not knowing or not really understanding what it is. Just because of the word terror, ayaw na nila. Or because of the word terror, gusto na nila. Okay? So let's always read beyond those lines. Let's not agree on something because the headline is good. Let us not disagree on something because the headline is bad. Diba? Let's always read beyond what we can see. Alright? So these are just some examples of really good headlines na talagang kailangan natin basahin ang contents before sharing. Right? So look for supporting sources. So as much as possible, if you are not really sure if this information is true or not, try to look for other information or other sources of the same parang of the same article or of the same topic. Diba? Good. So actually, just today, no, I don't know if you have already heard of it, but our previous president Aquino has already died. So actually, earlier I was browsing through Facebook and I saw one headline that says the ex-president has already died. But even though I was sure of the page that shared it, that it's verified, I tried to search for other articles first before actually believing that it's true. Diba? So that is one example of that. Look for supporting sources and look for other articles that will support that article. So yes, it's true that our ex-president has already died at 61 years old. Alright, so good. And then how to spot a fake news is check also the date. Alright, so here is an example. So, and this is, kasi matagal ka na kasing ginawa to. As you can see, I think in 2020, kumalat ulit itong parang advocacy, itong poster ng Robinsons, and people were sharing it not knowing that it was from another year. Okay? So, hindi nila na-check na it was actually from another year. So, parang people were, ano ba yan? People were excited or they were elated na meron silang chance to win, but they did not check it. So, mali, diba? So, let us always check the date of the information that we are sharing to make sure that we are not sharing outdated information. Okay, so if we would want to share information, let's make sure that it's up to date and it is relevant to what we are doing right now. Okay? Right. So some articles parang silang verified but they are actually sharing jokes or parang satire wherein gumagawa sila ng mga parody ng real news and information. So these are some sites that you should not take seriously. Adobo Chronicles, Filipino Free Thinkers, Suskita Press, Professional Heckler, Aguilar News, etc. So these are parang these are widely known sites, but it's satire, it's a joke, it's not true, it's fake. Okay. Okay, so these are just some examples actually. Yun, sample, this one. Ang hirap naman ng iniuutos ni Direk Brillante. Dapat daw buksan ang libro sa pinakagitnang page. Tapos hanapin ang third to the last line at doon ako tumingin para convincing pag pinicturan. Alright, so another joke article, Senate to investigate shortage of tempura and sashimi. Diba? So it's really not relevant, but some people actually believe these articles. So make sure that sabi ni ma'am, clickbait. Yes, because actually journalists or writers of these articles, whenever you click these articles, may pumapasok yan na pera sa kanila because they have sana all may pumapasok na pera because their sites usually have advertisement. Diba? So, yun, binabayaran sila and they can get money from that. That's why ang tawag dito is clickbait. Kasi you would really want to read that article based on the headline, and then you see that it's only a joke, pero naka-earn na sila from that, diba? So yun, always check if it's fake news or not, and always check your resources. Your ano ba yan? Always check your sources if it's verified or okay. Alright, check your biases. What do we mean by checking our biases? There are things that we want to happen. That's why when we see something about it, sinishare natin kaagad. Diba? Example, because we are teachers, or let's say for our students, pag nakakita sila ng walang pasok, of course, because that's what you want to see para tayo makapagpahinga, diba? Parang isi-share lang natin agad because, oh my God, walang pasok, okay. Diba? So, that's actually just a nuisance from other people. So, always check if it's true or not, especially when it comes to things like this. Diba? Kasi baka gusto nating mag-sick leave, tapos nakakita tayo ng page na nagsabing walang pasok. So, isi-share natin kaagad, okay, I'm safe now. Parang hindi na ako papasok. Diba? Kasi nga, bias tayo. So, always check your biases. Just because you want something to happen and you see something, isi-share mo na agad. You feel like it's already correct. Diba? So, yun. For example, may magsabi na uy, magkaka-PBB na daw next week. That's what we all want, diba? But let's always check kung tama ba yung information na yun. And where can we check that? Sa DepEd Philippines. Meron yan doon for sure. Alright? Okay. Yun. Okay, you may also ask the experts. Right now, because you are school information coordinators, you have many people who you can consider as experts when it comes to information. You have, of course, your division information officer, or if you have a district information officer, and then you have your DIOs, you have your RIOs, like that. So always ask them if you are not sure of the things that you will talk about, or the things that the information that you would want to share. Diba? Sabi nga nila, marunong ang nagtatanong. Right? Okay. Marunong ang nagtatanong. Okay. So, what makes a news story fake? You can't verify its claims. So if you search on other articles about it, hindi mo siya ma-verify. So it means that's not true. Fake news appeals to emotions. So fake news plays on your feelings. It makes you angry or happy or scared. This is to ensure you won't do anything as pesky as fact checking. Because when you fact check, malalaman mo na fake news daw siya. Okay? Authors usually aren't experts. So, that's why we have so many journalists, columnists who have reputation. May mga reputation na sila. And if the author of the articles that we are reading aren't really from experts, parang mahirap silang paniwalaan, diba? Especially when we really do not know them. So, it's always good to verify these information by searching for other information or other sources. Okay? So if it can't be found anywhere else, meaning walang ibang sources, so wala, fake news. And fake news comes from fake sites. Okay? So make sure that the site where you're getting your information from is verified. Paulit-ulit siya, diba? But there are still so many people na nagfo-fall into the trap of fake news. So hopefully the 100 people who are here in this room right now would not fall for this anymore. Okay, so sure, um, make sure lang na whatever we share is verified. I got an info from our bookkeeper just this morning. May saro na po. I guess there was a statement on this, pero yun po. We are not talking about TVB here. We were talking about, that was just an example naman po. Alright? Okay, so last but not the least, before you post on social media, always think. Okay? T, is it true? H, is it helpful? I, is it inspiring? N, is it nice? K, is it kind? So, always do this before you post anything on social media. Alright, so that is to protect not just you, but also our beloved organization because you are our school information coordinators. Diba? So, yun po, before you post, think. Right? So, that's where I will end my presentation today. Okay, basahin ko po muna. Whether we like it or not, we're linked sa DepEd. So, better think first before posting or sharing kasi affected not just our school, but also the department. Yes, that is 100% correct, ma'am. As I've said, it's very hard for us to separate ourselves from DepEd because this is where we are. Diba? We are from DepEd. So, whatever we do and whatever we post there, masiringit mga tao nga, adi taga DepEd ito. Diba? Di rin na ito natin matatanggal haaton. That's why we need to follow these etiquettes so that whatever we post, as long as na-follow natin ang etiquette, we are in good hands, kumbaga. We are in a good position. We are in the right position. Alright? Okay, so that's it for my presentation po. I know that you already know the things that I have discussed, but I think it is just right for us to be reminded of these things po. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone who participated in my session, and also thank you so much for being participative. I really appreciate those who were sharing their thoughts and ideas. So thank you so much po. And yes, thank you po everyone.
Well, thank you, Ma'am Flora May Bacos. Indeed, we learned so much from your discussions. It is really a social media etiquette. As the saying goes, now you know, now I know. Because as school information coordinators, we must be careful in sharing information according to Ma'am Flora May. So now we know the etiquette in sharing in the social media. Kahit na ako ngayon ko lang nalaman, hindi pala basta-basta mag-share ng information. It might harm our department. And then, may I ask Ma'am Flora May, one of my friends last month said that there is an innovative strategy now of HR, human resource department. Whenever there is an applicant, they do not do any background information, investigation, asking people, your neighbors or whoever, your friends, but then they just go to your Facebook account. Then your Facebook account tells you everything because whenever you post, if you are a hater, it reflects down in your personality. If you are fond of posting hate, mga pakaraot sa mga principal, mga hinaing sa Department of Education, walang PBB, walang bond papers. So this in Philippine National Police, they have already, I'm not sure if it is true, they have already an innovative strategy wherein to investigate applicants. They just go to the social media account, just like Instagram, just like Facebook. Then they scroll up about the person. Then if they found out something that this person is not credible enough to rely with information to something like that, it would affect the applicant. Is it true? It might happen, Ma'am Flora May.
Um, I cannot speak in behalf of any HR personnel po, but I think even if they do not say it, I think it can really be part of the background, because as I've said, right now everything is on social media, diba? So if you really want to check the background of someone, it would be good to check their social media accounts, diba? That's why, as I've said earlier, social media is not good, social media is not bad. It is how we use it, diba? So it will also show other people our own personality. So if it is part of the strategy of the human resource personnel in an organization to check the social media accounts of one person, and if everything is naka-public, then they really have an access to that, diba? So pwede po talaga nilang gawing basis yun. But
Yes, it's
yes,
yes,
ma'am.
it's true. Because with the pandemic, we have given so much time to innovate everything, from the very small to the biggest. So included here is the background investigation. So di ba, when we are applying for
That's
something,
possible.
merong mga references wherein they can call us about the person. But now, they will just go down to your social media account. So,
I
without
think, ma'am, ginagawa na yan dati pa ng mga HR personnel natin. I just, kasi ako kasi dati, I was also an HR assistant before. So, in a private institution. So, we also do that. Ginagawa po talaga namin yun as part of the background checking. But for DepEd, right now, I'm not sure, or for other organizations, but it can really be part of their background checking. So let's always be careful with that. Is it not in violation of the Privacy Act? Kasi po, it's social media, diba? As I've said, you have control over the things that you post. So if your ano ba yan? If your information is hindi naman naka-public, walang makikita si HR na hindi naman natin friend. Di po ba? Wala silang makikita. But if everything is naka-public, if your posts is naka-public, as I've said earlier, the 2.5 billion people can see that. Di ba? So, sila na po ang bahala doon. Since sila naman yung may mechanism na gano'n. But I think the bottom line there is, let's not share anything on social media na ayaw natin na hindi natin ma-share personally, diba? Whatever they do, if they want to use it against us, they cannot use it against us if it's something that is positive, diba? If yung makikita nila sa social media natin, mga achievements natin, okay, good, diba? But if they say na, ay, nakakita ko ng mga negatives dito, it's in their prerogative na, kumbaga. Kung aayaw sila sa'yo kasi may nakita silang ganito, sa kanila na yun. Diba?
That's right.
So, yun.
That's right.
Yun.
So, stay there, Ma'am Flora May, because without further ado, I will give you to our handsome moderator to read you the citation. Sir Rodel.
Hi, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Veronica Labata, and thank you so much, Ma'am Flora May Bacos. You need, of course, think before you click. Thank you so much with that profound idea, knowledge that you have given to us. Allow me to read the citation to you, Ma'am Flora May, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Regional Office A, Eastern Visayas, Division of Leyte, presents this certificate of recognition to Flora May Bacos, Project Development Officer. 2. In sincere acknowledgement for the valuable service rendered as resource speaker during the conduct of the virtual training on DepEd Manual of Styles and DepEd Service Marks and Visual Identity Manual held on June 22 to 25, 2021 via Google Meet. Per Division Memorandum number 305, series of 2001, given this June 24 rather,
24.
via Google Meet, signed our Schools Division Superintendent Manuel P. Albanio, BSA CISO 5. Let's give, of course, a virtual clap to Ma'am Flora May Bacus.
Thank you so much for the division, and again, I'd like to thank everyone for being participating in our session. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Flora May. Same certificate of recognition is also being awarded to our Regional Information Officer, Ma'am Jasmine Calzeta. Ma'am Jasmine, still here si Ma'am Jasmine? Wala na po. But we are still going to award, of course, the certificate of recognition to Ma'am Jasmine Calzeta as one of the resource speakers during our division training for the information coordinators. Give a round of applause to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Ma'am
po.
Flora May Bacus, thank you. So wala na pong problema si Ma'am Flora May sa pagpasok sa virtual room.
Oo nga, sir. Hindi na ako lumabas, sir.
Hindi na talaga siya lumabas.
She is already there.
Yeah, baka may rapas
Yes,
pasok na naman.
yes, sir. She is answering actually chats in the chat box while
Yes.
taking her lunch.
Yes, so ganun sa ka-accommodating si Ma'am Flora May. Thank you so much. So, more blessings po, Ma'am.
And by the way po,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm checking my email. I have around 125 new emails. So I will check on them po.
Wow,
And
with
I
that
will-
101 participants, and then nag-exceed po tayo
Yes,
sa 125.
Opo.
Baka si
So
Ma'am
it's alright.
Aini nag-send po ng 5 email.
Ano, sir?
Si Ma'am Aini nag-send ng 5 email ata.
Baka nga po.
Sampu daw sa kanya.
Panigurado po, Ma'am Flora May.
Opo. Magre-reply po. Wait lang. Opo. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Ma'am Flor. Thank you,
Thank
Ma'am
you.
Flor.
Thank you, Ma'am Karen. Adilako. Mamamati ako kan Sir Arian. Kay Idol Tapia.
Assignment niyo po.
Lodi po ng lahat. So thank you so much, Ma'am Flora May Bacus. So this time, I may now not turn the microphone, but the virtual room, the virtual world, to our next speaker, who will be talking and discussing to us the other salient features and points of the DepEd Manual of Style, to give us more on those topics in the DepEd Manual of Styles, more of those in the salient features of the DepEd Manual of Styles. We have our DepEd Regional 8 Record Officer, Mr. Ariem Venezuela Cinco. Sir Ariem?
Hello.
Wow!
I am back. Alright.
Sir, yung ni Ma'am Aini, yung mukha mo kailangan makita
Yung
na
mukha mo daw. Sir Ariam, yung mukha mo.
No, my face is a distraction. Hi, Ma'am Flora May. Thank you, Dai.
Hi, Sir Arian.
Hello. Pinanungog ako ang iyong discussion. That was a beautiful discussion you had there.
Sir, you were
Amazing.
listening. Oh my God.
Of course, and I must say you did a wonderful job. Again, you make us so proud. Okay, congratulations, Dai. Okay, so,
Thank you, sir.
Kaya mo yun maihagag ko. Mga gabihan na.
alright, just for the information of everyone, I've already spoken with Ma'am Karen. I mean, I spoke with Ma'am Karen. I will not use the present perfect tense, but I would use the simple past because that happened this morning. So I spoke with Ma'am Karen this morning that I will be discussing effective communication instead. Now, because you can pretty much learn the other salient points, okay, in the Manual of Style by reading Department Order number 30, series of 2019. Okay, like how to write numbers. You can pretty much follow the template given in the manual. Is that alright?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mas maganda po, sir.
Thank you so much. So, kanino ko po isi-send ang aking presentation? Kasi pag ako ang nag-share, hindi ko na kayo makita. Screen ko na lang ang nakikita ko.
Akin po, sir.
Ma'am Annie V. Okay. Pwede na ba yan? May video na ba?
Yes, sir. May video na.
Okay, Ma'am Annie V, pwedeng pa-send po ng inyong ng inyong email address at ayun. Ayan si Ma'am Karen. Hi, Ma'am Karen. Good afternoon.
Hi, sir.
Yes, pagpasensyahan nyo na ha. Okay? Sandali lang. But don't you worry, matatapos natin ang ating discussion today before 5 o'clock tomorrow. Alright, okay lang ba yun? Okay, sandali lang ha, sandali
Okay lang,
lang.
sir.
Okay. Para makapagpahinga naman kayo kasi alam ko maraming shinare sa inyo si Ma'am Flora.
Para sa June.
Okay, so pagpahingahin muna natin ang ating mga neurons at ang mga brain cells. Alright. Okay, just kasi I'm just saving the file so I would easily find it on the desktop. Alright. Alright, so Ma'am Annie V, it's already there. You may check your email now. Alright, so once again, good afternoon, late division. Okay, at natutuwa po ako na you're still excited for this afternoon session, no? Ang hirap sundan ng mga presentations nila Ma'am Jess at nila Ma'am Flora, and hopefully I would be able to give justice to my presentation this afternoon. Okay, mag-uumpisa lamang po ako ng aking discussion the moment na mag-start ang presentation ni Ma'am Annie V. Alright, but how... Ayun. Okay. Sure, no problem. There are only very few slides, or there are only 5 slides out of 58. Okay, so yesterday we talked about business writing and some of the salient points according to Sir Dell. Some of the salient points in the department order, okay, I mean in the manual of style. So, okay, this afternoon I'm going to discuss effective communications, speak like a leader, because again, it is very important that you speak like leaders since you are all information coordinators. All right, and there are 3 words at the bottom. It says, okay, learn, practice, and master. So this afternoon we are expected to learn, practice, and master the ways and how to effectively communicate. But let's just have some fun first. Could you please click on the next slide? All right. Okay, I would want you to look at this. All right, what do you notice?
So,
Okay.
So,
Alright. So ano po ba talaga yung binibenta nila, mami or sabon?
mami po.
Siguro, pag bumili ka ng mami, may libreng sabon para diretso maghuhugas. Alright? So kakain po ba kayo sa kanila
Alright.
kung ang inyong mami ay may kasamang sabon? Alright?
Tulo.
Sige.
Alright.
Hindi po, sabi ni Ma'am Jeneline. Alright. So, remember na kasali pa rin ito sa business writing, okay? Sabi ni Ma'am Madeline, never mind. Okay, ang murang-mura ng mami, 30 pesos lang, may kasama ng sapon. Alright. Now, let's move on to the next line.
Alright, lima na tayo, alright.
Okay, I would like you to read the headline.
Students get first-hand job experience.
And job experience.
Alright, sabi ni Sir Jake, malala. Okay. Ba't kayo tumatawa? And all of these are actually happening in the real world. Okay? And this is what happens when we do not observe the style of writing properly. Alright? Okay? So, how are we going to correct the headline?
Alright.
Mhm. Yung mga tumatawa dyan, ang lilikot ng isip.
Use hyphen siguro. First hand or what?
Saan mo lalagyan ng hyphen, Stanny J?
Between first and hand, sir.
Correct, very good. Sinulat na ni Ma'am Matt, first hand. Okay, very good. No? So first hand job experience. And we realize now, hopefully we realize now that a hyphen or any punctuation mark could actually save a day. Alright? Or probably that hyphen could actually save the writer's job. Alright? And I don't want any of you to be making the same mistake. Alright?
Alright.
Okay, next slide please.
Napulo na daw.
Diba? Ang sarap sana pero ang sungit.
Alright.
Alright, walang mali po dyan. Yan po talaga yung pangalan ng tsokolate sa Thailand.
Oh.
Okay? Kayo naman, yan talaga yung pangalan niya. Alright? Kapamilya po siya ng ano pang chocolate yan? Sa tingin niyo?
Snickers.
Yes, correct. So, yan yung pangalan ng kanilang chocolate sa Thailand. Alright? Okay, next slide. At dahil dyan, tayo ay mapapasana all na lang. Okay?
Sana all na.
Sige. Nakakatawa ang mga pangalan na yan. Anyway, sige, let's move on to the next slide. Alright, remember I reminded you yesterday that since you are all my friends, I'm reminding you that I am silently correcting your grammar. Okay, now anyway, let's proceed to the meat of our discussion. Okay, so what are the benefits that I expect you to get out of the discussion this afternoon? Alright, so first and foremost, I would want all of you to communicate with clarity and purpose. Okay, number two, I would want you to face an audience with confidence and control. Why do I want to discuss this? Because earlier, Ma'am Flora and Ma'am Jazz, I believe, discussed how you're going to present yourselves on social media. But this time, I would want you to learn how you're going to present yourselves face-to-face with your audience. And number three, I would want you to be able to shape persuasive communication and presentations, because again, it is very important for information coordinators or information officers to be persuasive, and it is very important that we have the credibility as speakers or communicators. And of course, number four, I would want you to conquer your fear, and negative stress of communication. And fifth, of course, make your performance skills, your humor, and personality work for you. As information officers, I would want you to be able to put personality into your communication. Again, no one kills an interesting information faster than a boring information coordinator or a boring communicator. All right, so I would want you to put personality into your communication. Okay, so now let's move on to the next. Okay, So what are we going to discuss this afternoon? So basically, we're going to discuss effective communication. So we'll be looking into the definition, we'll be looking into the structure, content, and of course, delivery. And I will add in the discussion some tips on how you're going to improve your level of confidence and your communicative competence. And allow me to say this, that nothing in life is more important than our ability to communicate effectively. That is true, because effective communication actually plays a pivotal role in our daily lives. All right, and it caters to many different needs. Okay, could you please click on the next slide? All right, so always remember, ladies and gentlemen, that communication is a human experience. Having said that, all right, you always have to consider that the person you're communicating with is human and not something that is inanimate. So, considering that communication is a human experience, we have to put our humanity, in the center of the communicative process. All right. Why do we say again that communication is a human experience? Because first, for us to be able to connect with other people, we communicate. Second, for us to be able to understand how other people feel, we have to communicate to them. And for us to be able to understand the needs of others, we communicate with other people. And this is what we do as as information officers. We communicate with people, in the field. We communicate with our colleagues. We communicate with our parents. We communicate with our learners. We communicate with our stakeholders and partners. Okay, and we communicate even with our bashers or critics, so that they would understand, so that we would be able to connect with them, so that we would know how they feel, so that we would know what their needs are, and so that we would know why they are communicating with us that way, the way they communicate with us. All right? Again, communication is a human experience, and we have to put our sense of humanity at the center of the communicative process. Now let's move on to the next. All right, let us define what communication is. All right, I'm not going to define communication as a two-way process because it is actually more than a two-way process. Okay, now let me define communication according to how I clearly understood the elements of communication. All right, so what are the elements of communication? We have the sender of the message itself, the channel where we actually course through the information or the message, and of course the receiver of the message and the feedback that we get from the receiver of the message, and of course the entire context where the communication happens. So I personally define communication as something that refers to the process of human beings. All right, always remember, process of human beings, meaning, okay, when we say process, it must be systematic. Okay, it has a beginning and it has an end. All right, and it follows a step-by-step procedure, right, of human beings. Okay, although communication can happen even amongst plants and animals. All right, we will be focusing on the communication that happens between and amongst human beings. Sandali lamang po, ano. All right, responding to the symbolic behavior. Okay, so this is something to do with how people respond to one another, to the symbolic behavior. What are these symbolic behaviors? Okay, the symbolic behaviors that I'm referring to, these are the verbal cues and the non-verbal cues. I am talking about the linguistics and the paralinguistic features of communication. Okay, symbolic behaviors could be those memes that we post on social media. Okay, symbolic behaviors could be those body languages or bodily reactions. Okay, our facial expressions, the movement of our hands, even the twinkling of our eyes. Okay, and when we are scratching our when we're talking to someone. Okay, all of these are symbolic behaviors. All of these are symbolic behaviors, and they are part of our communication. And you have to be very, very careful with your paralinguistic features, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick reminder, I would like to say this right away now, that for women, I don't want you to be scratching your name, especially when you are sitting or when you are speaking and to a guy. Okay, don't scratch your name. Would you like to know why? All right, thank you very much, ma'am Iris. Okay, because it means a sexual come on for the guy. All right, when you scratch your name, okay, when you do this in front of a guy, it means you are inviting to have a sexual intercourse or to have an intimate moment with a guy. All right, so you have to be very, very careful. Okay, you might be sending the wrong message to the person you're talking to. Yes, Ma'am Edina. Okay, you can do that when you are in a private place with your husband. You can do that all you want. All right. And gentlemen, I don't want you to be shaking your knees or your feet when you are when you are sitting or when you are standing in front of a woman. Okay, because that's just plainly rude. Okay. But you have to consider the differences in the cultural context. No? Kasi sa India, for example, when you're talking to, yes, in India, when they do this, okay, when they shake their head, it means yes. All right. Pero dito sa Philippines, pag nag-shake tayo ng head, it means no. All right. So you have to consider the cultural context, okay, and the cultural differences of the symbolic behaviors. And when you go to Italy, for example, okay, girls, pag pumunta kayo sa Italy, tapos nagustuhan kayo ng Italian, okay, this is what I learned, na pag huwag kayo agad ma-offend, no? Alright? Kasi, they are touchy individuals. Sabi, ang Italian daw, pag nagkagusto sa'yo, but it doesn't necessarily mean na gusto kong bastusin. They would actually like touch your butt. Okay, it means that they like you. All right, but you have to be careful with this action. Okay, dito sa Philippines, this means eat, no? Okay. Pero pag pumunta ka sa European country like Italy, this means okay, it's a sexual come on again. Okay, so different gestures could have many different interpretations in different contexts. So you have to be careful. Okay? Basag paan dyan, Ma'am Edina, no? Alright. Okay, speaking of Italian, did you know that I am actually Italian?
Basag pa, di ba? Kulatahon nga na Italian. Basag pa.
Yeah. I'm Italian. Half Ita, half Mangyan. Italian. Alright? Now, let's move on to the next, alright? Communication is a shared behavior. Okay. Okay, it is a shared behavior that builds human connection. Again, communication primarily is used to build human connection. So it means that if you cannot connect with a person you're trying to communicate with, it means that you are not effectively communicating. So as information officers and coordinators, it is very important that you are able to connect with the people you are trying to communicate. So ngayon, for example, pag naglabas kayo, no? Pag naglabas kayo ng information through social media, for example, tapos hindi nagustuhan ng mga tao And instead na naintindihan nila yung gusto mong sabihin at ipaintindi sa kanila, nagkaroon pa ng misunderstanding at misconception at maraming nagalit. So it means that you are not sharing the behavior that you would want other people to have or to demonstrate or to show, okay? So again, one measure of effective communication is your ability to build that human connection with the people you're communicating with. Now, if you ruin that connection, then it means that you are not effective as communicator. All right? Now let's move on to the next. Okay, so communication again, ladies and gentlemen, is interpersonal. Okay, interpersonal meaning you communicate with other people. That's why it's a shared behavior. It's purposive. May rason kung bakit tayo nakikipag-communicate. Okay, it could be a mundane reason, or it could be something extremely important. And of course, communication has to be systematic. Alright? Hindi tayo basta-basta kung saan-saan lang titira. That's why yung sinabi kanina ni Ma'am Flora, no, I completely agree that when you post something on social media, you really have to think first. Kasi, again, there must be a very clear purpose as to why you post something. There must be a clear reason as to why you are communicating with the person. And there must be a clear goal as to why you are communicating with a group of people. And it is systematic. Okay? May steps yan. Hindi ka basta-basta maglalapag ng information. Otherwise, okay, you're opening yourself to more misunderstanding and misconceptions, and worse, you would be opening cans of worms. Okay? Now let's move on to the next. Alright? Okay, ito yung sinasabi ko, no, that communication is extremely important as communication caters to different human needs. Alright? Okay, so what are these needs? There are actually 4 needs that communication caters. First is physical needs. Okay, ano ba yung physical needs na yan? For example, paano malalaman ng dentista na masakit ang ipin mo kung hindi ka magsasalita? Alright, if you're not going to communicate. So communication is important, that it is necessary for physical health. Alright? Paano malalaman ng ng kaibigan mo na nagugutom ka kung hindi ka magsasalita? Diba? Kung hindi ka makikipag-communicate. Right, number 2, social needs. Okay. Ano ibig sabihin yan? You can never build human connection if you do not communicate. Alright? As you look at the social motives for communication, imagine how empty your life can be or would be if these needs aren't satisfied. Diba? Kaya nga, diba, pag nakikipagkaibigan tayo, we communicate, of course. Kung gusto natin magkaroon ng jowa, then of course, we would have to communicate with the person. Hindi yung hanggang yung nasi-scene zone ka or nag-ghosting ka, no? Alright, number 3, of course, yung identity needs natin. Okay, we express who we really are by communicating, no? Yung personality natin. And of course, the last one is practical needs. Ano ba yung mga practical needs natin? Communication is an important key to effectiveness in a variety of everyday settings. Okay. Yung pagbili nga lang natin, no, sa pagbili lang natin sa tindahan, that's a practical need. Okay. Tulad nung kapitbahay namin, may tindahan sila. Sumisigaw na yung bumibili. Sabi niya, alright, Manong, pabili po. Okay. Eh, hindi siya naririnig. Eh, sumigaw na yung bumibili. Alright? Sabi niya, Manong, pabili po ng Pepsi. Okay? Sabi ng may-ari, wag mo ko sinisigawan. Hindi ako bingi. Magkano tausi ang bibilhin mo? Ayan. Alright, so again, communication is very important for us to be able to cater to all these needs. Okay, now let's move on to the next line. Okay, always remember this, information officers and coordinators, that every time you communicate is your stage time. And your stage time is your influence time. Diba sabi kanina ni Ma'am Flora, when you share information, you have to make sure that you think before you post. Okay? Kasi the moment that you are given the platform to share information, I call that stage time. No? When you have your stage time, don't ever take the limelight. Hindi ikaw ang bida. Remember this. Hindi ikaw ang star. Hindi ikaw ang bida. Hindi ikaw ang Maricel Soriano. No? Kaya wag mo kong materi-teri. Okay? Alright? So, you have to make use of your stage time for you to be able to positively influence the people, okay, whom you are sharing the information with. All right, and always remember this, that to communicate is to build trust, and building building trust actually is primordial in effecting change, okay, in making positive impact to the lives of people, and to be the difference in a context that has become comfortable with the status quo. All right, again, I repeat, to communicate is to build trust. And to build trust is to effect change, to make positive impact, and to be the difference in a context that has become comfortable with the status quo. So ngayon, I would want you to ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, no, na yung nasasakupan niyo ba, no, sa inyong districts or sa inyong school, ang mga tao ba, yung mga tao ba doon, lalong-lalo na yung mga colleagues natin, no, sa eskwelahan at yung mga parents, ay panay ang post ng yung negative comments or negative messages sa FB na patungkol sa ating schools or sa ating department. Okay, so I would want you to use that as a gauge of your effectiveness as an information coordinator. Okay? Kasi baka hindi natin na ma-maximize, no? Baka hindi natin na ma-maximize ang ating influence time. No? Always remember na ang communication is a shared behavior. Kung ano yung behavior na gusto natin matutunan ng mga makakabasa sa ating ipopost sa FB or doon sa mga makakarinig ng mensahe na i-share natin ay hindi nila nagagawa, no? Yung ganong behavior, then there is something wrong. Alright? Next. Always remember your stage time is your influence time. And always remember this, ladies and gentlemen, that every time you're given a chance to present information, okay, remember that communication is not a performance. Therefore, I suggest not for you to fake it till you make it. I don't subscribe to this suggestion. Never fake it until you make it. Because for us to be able to influence people, we have to be genuine. All right? You have to be true. And always remember this, that you can never be an effective information coordinator and you can never be an effective communicator if you do not speak the truth of your heart. Do you get me? If you cannot speak okay, what is in your heart, always remember that your tongue speaks what is abundant in your heart. Okay, always remember that effective communication is a conversation. It is not a performance. Okay, so I would want you to communicate with a heart. Okay, now let's move on to the next. Right? So what are the elements of effective communication? I believe I've already explained this earlier. Okay, so the elements are actually covered in this question. Who is saying what to whom and what medium with what effects? Okay, so ano yung elements ulit? Who is yung sender? Okay, what is the message? Whom is the receiver? What medium is the channel? And of course, what effects? Yan yung feedback. Alright? And of course, yung context na sinasabi natin. Alright? Right, let's move on to the next slide, please. All right, and it is very important to consider all the following, okay, for us to ensure that our communication is effective. Organization of thought, the credibility of the speaker and of the message and of the sources of information, okay. Yes, the elements of Sandy Jade, I'm going to answer your question later because we're going to talk about the barriers of communication later, all right? Okay, and of course, understanding, okay? So let's move on to the next slide. All right, so always remember, okay, yung content muna. Ano ba yung sinasabi natin? I believe I already mentioned yesterday the 3 pillars of persuasive communication according to Aristotle. Okay, meron tayong dapat yung message or information na sinishare nyo ay may appeal to emotion, may appeal to intellect, and may appeal to value. Always remember the ethos, the pathos, and the logos. All right, so I would want you to always remember all these questions. What is it that you're going to say? So what if you're going to say it? And now what? Okay, when you say it. All right? So if you don't have good answers to these questions, don't say anything. All right? So kailangan pag-isipang mabuti ang sasabihin. Although I know, sabihin natin there are times na we can no longer contain our emotions. Minsan hindi tayo makapagpigil. We're only human. But please, let's not make it as an excuse. No? Na tao lang ako, nagkakamali ako, may nasasabi akong hindi maganda. But you know what? Okay, if we're going to make being human as an excuse, parang sinabi natin na ang baba ng pagiging human. Alright, so let's not make it as an excuse. Alright, but then again, okay, I'm not saying that everyone should aim for perfection because, again, I would like to reiterate this, okay, that perfection is the enemy of greatness. Let's aspire to be better versions of ourselves, not the perfect versions of ourselves, because perfection is simply impossible. All right, now let's move on to the next. All right, so I would like to share with you the equation for effective communication. No? Ano ba yung equation ng effective communication? So, kung hindi natin naiintindihan yung equation ng effective communication, malamang mag-fail tayo. Okay. 40% of the message that we get comes from what we hear. 40% of the message comes from what we hear. Ano ba yung naririnig natin sa sa message? Nandito yung tenor, no? Kahit written document yan, may naririnig ka pa rin. Maririnig mo yon base sa style, sa tenor, at saka sa register. Tone, okay? The tone of the message is still reflected even in written texts. Alright? Malalaman mo kung rude yung sumulat. Malalaman mo kung sumisigaw yung sumulat. That's why you have to be careful with your email messages. Okay? Na huwag po kayong gagamit ng capitalized letters or yung all caps kasi ang ibig sabihin nun ay sumisigaw po kayo. Alright? At wag rin po kayong gagamit ng pula sa inyong mga presentations, lalong-lalo na kung ang pre-present natin ay figures. Okay? Kasi bloody ang red and it is not good. Alright? Except for some texts na gusto lang natin i-highlight and something that we would want to draw attention. Okay, tone of voice of course is very important and of course vocal clarity. So wag niyong kainin yung sinasabi niyo, no? Kasi in your effort to sound like American or for you to sound like pretty or like to mumble, mince your words. No, we don't do that. Okay? Don't ever try to imitate an accent na hindi niyo kayang panindigan. Alright? Okay. And of course, a verbal expressiveness. Huh? Okay, and always remember this, mga kapatid, that with your intonation, you can show a personality that you don't have. Alright? Kaya nga sinasabi natin minsan na it's not really what we say, but how we say that matters. Okay? And the next, of course, Okay, which comprises the biggest chunk of the message is what we see and feel. Kaya nga sinasabi natin, no, that actions speak louder than words. Okay, saan natin makukuha yung 50% of the entire message? Yan po ay makukuha natin sa facial expressions ng tao, di ba? Like, sabihin natin, how are you, friend? Tapos sasabihin ng friend natin, I'm okay. Pero hindi man lang siya nakangiti, no? Tapos yung mata niya malamlam. Tapos nakaganito pa yung kamay. So ibig sabihin nun, hindi siya okay. And I would like to share this observation with you. Mga school heads dyan or kung sino man na nagpapatawag ng meeting, no? Malalaman po natin na stressed yung kausap natin kapag naglagay po tayo ng putputin sa lamesa, no? Okay, maglagay kayo ng putputin sa lamesa. Kung kaninong kamay ang madalas na nasa putputin na yun, okay, at madalas sumusubo, like pag naglagay ka ng mani sa mesa, okay, tapos mapapansin mo kung sino yung madalas kumuha ng mani doon at magsubo, no? Ay, siya yung pinaka-stressed na member ng group. Okay? Tandaan niyo yan. It's one way to tell kung stressed yung tao o hindi. Magkaibigan yung kamay at bibig ng taong stressed. Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na stress eating. Okay? Nakuha. Right? Facial expressions, you have to be careful. Of course, you have your dress and grooming, your posture, your body language, your gesture, your eye contact, and your touch. Okay, always remember this, guys, na sa Philippine context, ang eye contact ay iniiwasan, lalong-lalo na ng mga women. Okay? Alright? Okay, so yun. Sa eye contact, importante po ito na maipakita natin sa kausap natin na we are confident. As information officers, pag kayo po ay na-interview, say ng media, make sure na titingin kayo sa camera. Huwag kayong titingin kung saan-saan. Alright? Now, kung face-to-face niyong kausap yung tao and you're not really very comfortable, may technique po dyan para ma-establish niyo yung eye-to-eye nang hindi nahahalatang umiiwas kayo na makipag eye-to-eye contact. Alright? Saan po kayo titingin? Okay, sa forehead lamang po tayo titingin, papuntang nose bridge, but never look at the person's mouth because that is rude. Okay? Pagkatapos sa nose bridge, diretso ka na sa baba or sa chin. Kung hindi kaya, tumingin po tayo sa magkabilang cheeks. Alright, but never look at the mouth of the person because always remember this, we have the tendency to mimic the opening of the mouth. Okay, that is rude. And of course, 10% daw ng mensahe natin ay nakukuha doon sa sinasabi natin. At can you imagine how small that chunk of the message is? No? Kaya malalaman natin kung sino yung nang-i-etcho sa atin, no? Yung puring-puri sa atin, kunyari puring-puri sa atin, pero alam natin na hindi sila masaya para sa atin. Nakuha niya? Kasi kahit papano, makukuha pa rin natin yung mensahe, no? Doon sa mga sinasabi niya. Ha? Kaya wag po tayong basta-bastang naniniwala sa mga taong pumupuri sa atin kasi alam natin na hindi lahat sila sincere. Pakinggan po natin, tingnan po natin yung ibang manifestations ng mensahe doon sa naririnig natin at nakikita natin. At hindi lang doon sa words na namumutawi sa labi na may gustong sabihin sa atin. So don't ever think that the person who says I love you says I love you genuinely. Alright. So this time, I would want you to practice saying this sentence. Alright, tingnan natin. Okay, since Sir Rodel ang ating moderator, I would like to call on Sir Rodel first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would like you to read the sentence I wrote.
I love you.
Oh, salamat. Alright. Ma'am Aini, could you please read that sentence?
Ang gwapo ba si I love you?
I love you.
Oh,
I
ayan.
love you.
Oh, ayan. Alam na alam po talaga natin na mampupola si Ma'am Aini. Sir, magsalita. Okay, sige. Ngayon, magtatawag pa ako ng isa pang volunteer. Alright? Okay. Sige nga. Pakinggan nga natin si ano. Meron kasi hindi ko pa... Sir Kevin Patano, andyan po ba kayo? Wala. Okay, mukhang mapipilitan akong tawagin si Ma'am Mac. Sige nga, Ma'am Mac, pakibasa po ng sentence na yon.
Which one, sir?
Oo, yung sinulat ko po.
Alright. I love you.
I love you too.
Sure.
Oh, ayan. Oh my. Sorry na po. Okay. Pero hindi ko naman sasabihin mali yun. Ano? Kasi anyway. Alright. Anyway. Sige. Alright. Bakit natin pinakinggan yung pagsasabi ng I love you? Kasi iba-iba po ang ibig sabihin ng I love you. Pag iba-iba po yung stress, no? Tingnan natin. Alright. For the first sentence, i-stress natin ang I. Okay, can everybody say this? Okay. Yung I love you. Kahit sa inyo lang, I love you. Alright? Ang ibig sabihin yan, ini-emphasize ng correct. Thank you very much, Ma'am Ellen. Okay, pag sinabi natin na I love you, parang ang sinasabihan natin, no, ang focus kasi niyan ay nasa sender ng message, no? Ang sinasabi niyan, kawawa ka naman, walang ibang nagmamahal sa'yo, ako lang. So you have to be careful with that stress. Okay? Now, i-try natin ito. Yung pangalawang stress, I love you. Okay? Anong ibig sabihin nito? Right? Pag sinabi nating I love you, actually, linyahan ito ng mga mambobola. Alam niyo kung bakit? Okay? Ang sinasabi niya, wala akong ibang mahal kundi ikaw lang. Alright? Do you get me? So the proper way of saying is, okay, I love you. So you stress the love because it means that this is how I feel for you. Okay? So, ganun siya. So, mga babae dyan, at sa mga umaasang may magsasabi ng I love you, okay, pakinggan niyo po ang tamang stress sa sentence para malaman niyo kung sino yung binobola, sino yung mambobola, at kung sino yung totoong nagsasabing I love you. Alright? Do you get me? So, intonation really matters. Okay? Intonation really matters when we are sending information. Do you get me? Okay? Yes, Ma'am Mac, nasa love po ang stress, pero sa love, hindi ka po mai-stress. Okay? Right. Okay, now let's move on to the next. Bola-bola, pagkatapos mabola-bola, magiging asado ka. No? Okay, ayan. Love is like the wind. You cannot see it, but you can feel it. Hindi yan totoo, Ma'am Aini. No, huwag kang maniniwala sa mga quotation sa Facebook. No? Kung sawi ka talaga. Huwag kang maghanap ng quotation. Alright? So you would feel good. Okay. Now, let's talk about the barriers kasi medyo excited kanina si Sir Jade, no? Sir, yung elements ba pwedeng maging barrier? Yes. Ang sagot doon ay yes. No? Kasi kung may problema tayo sa sender, yung problema na yun sa sender ay barrier sa communication. Okay? Kung may problema tayo sa internet connectivity, okay? So, hindi natuloy yung sentence ni Mr. Cinco kasi may problema sa internet, may problema tayo sa channel. Okay? At kung hindi makarinig ng maayos yung receiver, di may problema tayo, may barrier tayo sa receiver. At kung hindi natin maintindihan yung konteksto, okay, yung sitwasyon, di ibig sabihin may barrier mismo doon sa sitwasyon. No? And what are some of the common barriers that we encounter when we are communicating? Of course, yung language. Okay, always make sure that the language that you use is the language that your audience would understand. Okay, don't ever try to use highfalutin terminologies if you know that your audience would not even understand simple English. Alright? Huwag kang masyadong pabibo at wag mong masyadong namnamin yung pagiging speaker mo or resource person, okay, sa isang event kung alam mo na yung nasa audience mo hindi ka maiintindihan at yung greeting mo ay sasabihin mo, I would like to express my sincerest thanks and felicitations for making me part of this wonderful and amazing and momentous occasion of yours. Diba? Kung alam mo na hindi naiintindihan ng audience yung ganong language, no? Bakit hindi mo na lang sabihin na thank you for inviting me? Diba? The simpler, the better. Okay. Alright, next, yung oras po kung kailan tayo nagsisend ng message. Importante po yan, no? Huwag tayong basta-basta nagpo-post sa Facebook. If it is for mass consumption, make sure that the people, okay, have the time to actually read the message. Kasi kung may problema po tayo sa oras, for example, alam natin na yung ating audience sa social media ay sa umaga sila gising, huwag tayong mag-post sa gabi, otherwise walang makakabasa niyan. And of course, other people can be barriers to effective communication. I will give you one example. Diba, minsan pag nag-uusap kayo ng kaibigan mo, for example lang, sa opisina natin, kayo ng katrabaho mo nag-uusap, something personal. Tapos biglang pumasok yung supervisor niyo. Alam nyo na, ayaw nyo na malaman ng supervisor niyo yung pinag-uusapan niyo. Ang nangyayari, diba? Biglang iniiba niyo yung usapan. At biglang tumitigil yung usapan. No? So ang ibig sabihin niyan, yung ibang tao ay nagiging barrier doon sa communication. Alright? Next, yung barrier din po sa communication, yung sobrang daming tanong. You know, if you are familiar with the different verbal communication styles with reference to cultural context, no? Okay? Meron tayong maraming communication styles and hopefully I could share them with you later. Okay, meron tayong tinatawag na high context at low context communicators. Ano po ba yung tinatawag nating high context communicators? Yung high context communicators, sila po yung mga taong would not ask for clarification because they understand the message right away. Okay? Whereas the low context communicators are those communicators who actually would need extra details, need extra time, they would need extra information, and they would need you to explain the information further so they would be able to understand the message. Alright? Kaya huwag tayong magagalit agad. Although in my case, minsan, naiirita ako, honestly, I would have to be very honest, naiirita ako kasi there are some people who just would like to ask questions for the heck of asking questions. Yung nanunubog pa ng talino mo. There are those people who would just raise questions for the sake of raising questions because they would want to actually get the spotlight as well. No? Next, distance. Yung distansya po, no, ay nakakaapekto din sa communication. Okay, well, it's actually self-explanatory. Although I would like to say na yung distance is not just the physical distance. Pwede yung distance na sinasabi natin ay yung power distance index. Okay, I hope you understand what power distance index is. Okay, alam po ba natin yung power distance index? Alam po ba natin ang power distance index?
No, sir.
Okay, yung power distance index actually, mga kapatid, ay yan yung unequal distribution of power amongst members in the society. And such a structure affects our ability to communicate with people. Okay, ganito. Do you communicate with your boss the same way you communicate with your friend?
No, sir. No, sir.
Hindi, diba? Kasi we have that so-called power distance index. Hindi tayo nakikipag-usap sa ating regional director the same way we communicate with the supervisor. Yes? Kaya nga minsan natatakot tayo na puntahan ang opisina ng principal because the title itself says something. Tama? Alright? Kaya yung mga tao, for people in possession, they have to maintain an open door policy para mas maging welcoming yung kanilang opisina and so malesen yung barrier sa communication. Alright? And yung manifestations po ng mataas na power distance index sa ating society, ganito. Okay. Alam niyo ba yung mga kausap natin na mahilig mag-name drop? May experience po ba tayo? For example, Sir, gawin na natin to kasi yun yung utos ni ma'am. Kahit hindi nag-utos si ma'am. No? Pero ini-name drop yung pangalan ni ma'am, no? Para lang masabi na yung nagsabi ay may authority. Okay, does that sound familiar? Okay. Okay, that is a manifestation of high power distance index. Alright? Yung mahilig mag-name drop. Ganito, nahuli yung nagmumotor ng pulis. Sasabihin ng nahuli, no, hindi mo ba ako kilala? Yung mga linyahan na yan, yung hindi mo ba ako kilala? Maraming ganyan. Yung mga nagpapakilala din na, no, hindi niyo ba alam na pamangkin ako ni Juan? Kilala mo ba si Mr. So-and-so ganito? Diba? Yan yung indication na napakataas ng power distance index and it is not healthy in communication, mga kapatid. Bawas-bawasan po natin yan. But this is very common in agricultural countries like the Philippines. Okay? In fact, ang power distance index dito sa Pilipinas ay 95%. Diba? Kaya mahilig tayo magpangalan ng mga kung sinong Poncio Pilato. Diba? Mahilig tayo sa sumbong system. Mahilig tayo sa sip-sip system. Okay? That's part of communication culture dito sa Pilipinas. Because we allow it. Okay? Kasi natatakot tayo sa people na may authority at may power. Okay? Unlike in egalitarian societies na wala silang pakialam kahit ano ang posisyon mo.
Sa Amerika,
next, emotions. Pag hindi ka ready emotionally to receive a message, then definitely communication becomes difficult. No? And of course, if you're not interested in the message, then, okay, nagkakaroon din ng difficulties sa communication. Diba? That's why, ganito mga kapatid, I would like to give you this tip. Wag na wag kayong magbibigay ng advice sa isang taong very emotional or is at the height of emotions. Don't give any unsolicited advice. Okay? That's a basic etiquette, no? Huwag kayong magbibigay ng advice. For example, down yung person. Huwag na huwag kang magsasabi na okay lang yan, malalampasan mo rin yan. Ako nga eh. 'Di ba? Ibinida mo pa yung sarili mo. You just let the person pour out the emotions and don't ever give unsolicited advice. Antayin mo na yung tao mismo ang magtanong sa'yo, friend, ano ang dapat kong gawin? Kasi by that time, that person is already ready to take any information. Do you get me? Right? Next, of course, is disability. Wala tayong magagawa. Pag bingi ang kausap mo, bingi talaga yan. Magkakaroon po talaga tayo ng problema, no, sa ating communication. Pero ang mas mahirap na kausap ay yung nagbibingi-bingihan at nagbubulag-bulagan. Alright? That's why I always ask this question. How much is attention that not everybody can pay for? Okay? Of course, noise. Pag maingay, okay? Yung physical na noise at saka yung psychological noise. No? For example, sa internal noise, may problema ka, iniisip mo kung saan ka kukuha ng pambili ng gamot kasi may sakit ang baby mo, for example. No? Tapos marami kang tasks sa office, iniisip mo yung baby mo na naiwan mo sa bahay. No? Kaya minsan, mahirap makipag-usap. No? Kasi meron kang iniisip. Ang tawag dyan ay internal or psychological noise. Kung sadyang may maingay dyan sa paligid mo, that's external. And of course, distractions, self-explanatory na po ito. No? Lahat ng kung anong makakapag-distract sa atin. But, there are some na magandang distractions. Okay, mamaya ko na sasabihin kung anong magandang distraction na yon. Let's move on to the next. I hope I answer Sir Jade's question. Sir Sunny Jade, did I answer the question? Okay, now let's move on to the next slide, please. All right, now I already discussed this yesterday, yung 7 C's of communication. Now we have to make sure that our communication is clear. Okay, number 2, concise. Number 3, concrete. Number 4, correct. Number 5, coherent. Number 6, complete. And of course, number 7, gorgeous. Next, please. All right, and mindset is very important in communication. Always remember this, ladies and gentlemen, that the mind is very, very powerful. Your thoughts can shape your behavior, and your behavior can shape your character. All right, and it dictates how you're going to respond to situations. Okay, so again, your thoughts would actually be reflected in your habits, and your habits would shape your personality, and our personalities are actually reflected with the way we respond to situations. Okay, so when you engage in a discussion, never ever raise your voice. Instead, raise the quality of your arguments. All right? So, let's move on to the next. Okay, now I would want you to read the words. Everybody, could you please unmute? Everybody unmute. Could you please click back muna?
Humble, incredible, incredible.
Sandali, hindi marunong makinig. Oh, ayan. Maraming nagsabi ng perdible. Ang social nyo, ha? Perdible talaga. Perdible yan. Perdible. Ang aarte ng mga taga-Leyte Division. Perdible. Perdible yan. Perdible. Okay? Umayos kayo mga kapatid, ha? Hindi po perdible. Perdible po yan. Okay? Ayan. Kasi hindi kayo nakikinig. Ayan. Gising na po ba tayo? Hindi yan perdible mga kapatid, perdible po yan. Word of the day, perdible.
Meaning po?
Wow! Nagtatanong ko talaga anong meaning ng perdible, tusukin kita dyan. Keyword natin ngayon, perdible. Ang arte ng mga taga-Leyte Division. Diba? Perdible. Di punta kayo ng tindahan, sabihin nyo kay Ale, ate, pabili nga po ng perdible. Tingnan natin kung hindi kayo tusukin. Alright? Yan, marunong nang bumanat si Sir Jason Asis, no? Perdible, pag natalo sa basketball, perdi ang ball. Alright. Okay, so there. Next slide. Let's try the following. Okay, let's read the following words. Magtatawag lamang po ako, okay? Ng mga magbabasa, okay? Part ito ng attendance checking. Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony, andyan po ba tayo, Sir Mark? Absent si Sir Mark, hindi nakasagot agad. Okay. Yung mga hindi makakasagot, lilipat po sa last row, okay? Wala po silang bonus points. Okay, Sir Nick Hidalgo. Si Sir Nick laging nagre-recite ito. Sir Nick, are you there? Sir Nick? Si Sir Nick Ryan po. Nandyan, magkasunod sila. Si Sir Nick Hidalgo at saka si Nick Ryan. Nawala ang signal. So pag tinatawag, nawawala ang signal. Pag hindi na tinatawag, bumabalik ang signal. Ganon. Okay. Sige. Sir Nick Ryan, nandyan po ba kayo? Okay. Ayan si Ma'am Riza Fiel na lang kasi naririnig ko siyang nagbabasa. Ma'am Riza Fiel, nawala po ba ang signal nyo?
Meron pa po, sir.
Okay. Let's read. Okay. Makinig kayo kay Ma'am ha kasi siya yung susundan ninyo. Okay. Kung ano yung basa ni Ma'am Riza Fiel, yun ang basa nyo. Okay? Everybody. Ma'am Riza.
Mingitya LJ, Superintendent Vita Tarpaulin, Conspirator, Extremist or Innovation, Paria, Genius or Genius.
Okay.
Vehicle, colloquium,
Okay.
Inactivated, continuity, ambiguity,
Okay.
damage, purposive, compilation,
Okay.
deviant, govern, simulation,
Okay.
implement, Arabi, bifurcate, detail, wisdom, advocacy.
Sige. Ngayon, okay. Narinig niyo si Ma'am Riza, di ba? Okay. Narinig niyo si Ma'am Riza?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige. Kung narinig niyo si Ma'am Riza, pakinggan niyo ang pagkabasa ko sa mga words. Tapos, tell me kung alin sa mga words ang mini-mispronounce ninyo, okay? At ilang words ang naitama ni Ma'am Riza, okay?
Mine is Shay.
Alright, ganito. Number 1. Everybody listen. Paki-off na ng mic. Paki-mute na ng mic. Ayan, pwede na? Sige. The first word is minushi. Okay, minushi. Meaning minute details but very important. That's the... Okay, so minushi. Number 2, it's algae. Not algae, it's algae. Alright, next is superintendent. Okay, yung mga nagsasabi ng superintendent, sapatusin po natin, okay? Pwede pakisapatos yung mga nagsasabi ng superintendent. Okay, hindi po yan superintendent at hindi po yan supervisor at hindi po yan Supreme Court. Okay? At hindi ka Supreme Noodles. Okay? Alright, it's superintendent. Okay, next is VT. Alright. Tarpaulin. Hindi yan tarpaulin. Pag sinabi mong tarpaulin, baka ikaw ang ibitin ko. Okay? Tarpaulin. Okay? Tarpaulin. Pag hindi na pronounce ang tarpaulin ng maayos, sabihin na lang natin na tarp para mas mabilis sabihin. Okay? Next, conspirator. Okay? It's not conspirator, but it's conspirator. Next, clandestine or clandestine. Okay? Next, extremist. Next, excuse me, organization. Organization. The stress is on the Z because the word ends in T-I-O-N. For most words that end in T-I-O-N, the stress is on the penultimate syllable. Okay, ano ba yung penultimate syllable? Meaning next to the last syllable. Next, paano ba natin i-pronounce yung susunod na word? It's pariah, as in pariah carry. Okay, pariah. Ang ibig sabihin yan, isolated. Okay, pariah, nag-iisa. Kung pariah lang ako, ganon. Alright, next. Homogeneous. Hindi yan homogeneous. It's pronounced as homogeneous. Next, it's heterogeneous. Hindi yan heterogeneous. It's heterogeneous. Next, vehicle. Walang H. Vehicle. Oh,
Bicol,
next
Bicol.
word. This is a commonly
Wala
mispronounced words amongst DepEd employees. This is not pronounced as colloquium, okay? It is pronounced as colloquium. Colloquium. All right, research colloquium. Do you get me? Okay. Next, inoculated. Next, it's not continuity, but it's continuity. Continuity. Next is pronounced as ambiguity. Ambiguity. Next, it's pedagogy. It's not pedagogy. It's pedagogy. It's pedagogical. Hindi yan pedagogical. All right? It's not pedagogy. It's pedagogy. Next is purposive, not purposive. It's purposive. Next, you will be surprised that the next word is not pronounced as compilation, but it is pronounced as compilation. So don't ever ask for compilation of reports. You always ask for compilation of reports, okay? Compilation, not compilation. All right? Next, okay, next, it is pronounced as quotidian. Quotidian means laid back. All right, means laid back or simple life. So you can say, I am leading a quotidian life in the province. Okay, next. This is pronounced as govern. Kahit verb or noun siya, this is always pronounced as govern. We don't say govern, okay? This is an exemption to the rule. We say govern. We don't say government. We say government, di ba? So we say govern kahit verb siya. Next, we don't say simulation. We don't say simulation. We say simulation, okay? We say simulation. Next is inclement. Okay, next is arable. Next is bifurcate. Next is detail. Next is chasm. Chasm. Next is advocacy. Hindi yan advocacy. No, that is mispronounced when you say advocacy. This is pronounced as advocacy. Do you get me? All right? Okay, did you get all those words wrong? Again, it is not simulation, but it is simulation. All right. May nagtatanong sa akin, no? Paano daw po i-pronounce yung word na nandiyan sa kanya? Okay, sa kanyang group chat. Okay, pwedeng pakisabi ng word. Okay, ano yung sinulat niyo? Okay, it is pronounced as risograph. It's pronounced as risograph. Not rhisograph, but it is pronounced as risograph. Nakuha? Okay, bakit natin sinasabi ito? Because you know what, guys? Mahirap na kasi we are information coordinators and we should be able to pronounce words correctly. Because if we cannot pronounce the words correctly, malamang, okay, hindi tayo maiintindihan. I will give you an example. I went to one of the seminars in somewhere in the north, in Baguio, and the speaker was very excited. And you know what? The speaker greeted us. Oh, good morning, everyone. I am very excited to see all your faces this morning. Diba? I'm very excited to see all your faces this morning. So tinanong ko yung katabi ko. Sabi ko sa katabi ko, alright, so you have to be very careful. Okay? With your pronunciation. Kaya minsan, sasabihin nyo, ang arte-arte naman niya magsalita. No. Hindi ka-artihan ang pagiging tama, okay? Because we are all information coordinators and we are all purveyors of information, so we have to make sure that we say the words correctly. Do you get me? Okay? Hindi ka-artihan ang pagiging tama. Sasabihin niyo sa akin, kasi hindi naman ako English major, hindi naman ako ipinanganak sa Amerika. Don't ever give me that foolish excuse. All right? There is no better excuse for for mediocrity. Do you get me? All right, now let's move on to the next. Icebreaker lamang po yon. I hope you learned something. All right, so voice perception is very important in communication. Lalong-lalo na sa atin that, information could be taken in many different platforms. Pwedeng media, social media, pwedeng face-to-face, or pwedeng written. Okay, bago po ako mag-discuss ng susunod na slide, may nagtatanong po dito, marami ang nagsasabing competency. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit.
Competency.
Alright? It's competency. The stress is on the first syllable, okay? Huwag kayong maniwala, it's syllable. Competency. We don't say competency. We don't say competencies, but we say competencies. Right? Okay. All right. Next word is pronounced as pivotal. Okay, I said earlier pivotal, right? Because it's pronounced as pivotal. All right, and it is pronounced as pivot. All right, not pivot, not pivotal, but it's pivotal. All right, ayan, dumadami na yung words sa ating chat box. All right. Paano ba daw i-pronounce yung susunod na word? I will only entertain the last word. Okay. It is pronounced as affidavit. It's pronounced as affidavit, okay? This is pronounced as facade, not facade, okay? Don't ever say facade, all right? Okay, no, it's pronounced as poem, okay? And poet. Don't say poet and point, all right? This is pronounced as status, right? Okay, this is a very good word. Dumadami na. We don't say poetry, but we say poetry. All right.
Slide, ma'am Karen.
Okay, we say rational. We don't say rationale, but we say rational. Okay. What about this word? Okay. This word is pronounced either as forte or fort. Okay, forte or fort.
Forte. What is your forte?
Okay, it's pronounced as poem. All right, now let's proceed now to voice perception. Why is voice perception very important in effective communication? Because your voice is your greatest and probably the most important and potent instrument in sending your message, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's why you should know how to use your voice. Okay, when I say use your voice, you don't necessarily have to modulate all the time. No, yung lagi mong kino-control ang boses mo. No, you don't. Okay? Hindi ganun yan kasi alam ng tao kung kailan mo pinipeke ang boses mo. Alright? So you cannot play with your voice with me. I'm a member of the Microphone Club. It's an organization of professional voice dubbers and voice actors. Okay, so I know it when people are just playing with their voices. Okay, it's not what you say, but how you say that matters. Okay, just speak with your natural voice. But did you know what, ladies and gentlemen, that the most beautiful voice of a person is the voice he or she has when she wakes up in the morning or when he wakes up in the morning. The laziest voice is actually the most beautiful voice there can ever be. All right? So what are the things that we have to look into sa boses? One is intensity, gaano ka-loud. Intonation or the speech music. Okay, rate, gaano kabilis. Frequency, yung pitch, gaano kataas, gaano kababa. And then quality, of course, gaano ka-clear. No, baka nakakairita yung boses natin, no? So you have to tell me, is my voice irritating? Okay? Now let's move on to the next slide. All right. always remember that your voice actually gives your communication an image. Diba? Mhm. Ang sarap-sarap pakinggan pag, for example, ang nagvo-voice over, ang ganda-ganda ng boses, no? Kaya feeling natin ang ganda-ganda niya, ang gwapo-gwapo niya. Alright? At ang sarap lang pakinggan pag masarap yung nagsasalita. Parang iba naman ang ibig sabihin nun. Alright, and with the effective use of your voice in communicating, okay, that helps you build emotional connection with the person you're talking. And always remember na mas may command ang boses pag mas mababa or pag medyo hindi malakas ang boses, no? Kaya nga sinasabi ko sa inyo, if you engage in a discussion, never ever raise the volume of your voice, but raise the quality of your argument. Okay? Huwag kang sisigaw. Right? And of course, your voice gives your communication personal branding. Alright? Okay, next. Okay. Now let's try this. Okay, although we've already tried the I love you sentence kanina, okay, this is what happens when a word is stressed. Okay, ang tawag natin dito ay inflection. Alright? So a single sentence can have many different meanings depending on which word you emphasize in a sentence. Example, I didn't say stole money. Alright, ang ibig sabihin yan, hindi ako ang nagsabi. Alright? Number 2, I didn't say stole the money. Wala akong sinabi. Okay? Ang number 1, hindi ako ang nagsabi. Ang number 2, wala akong sinabi. Number 3, I didn't say, okay, hindi ako nagsalita. But maybe I implied. Okay. Number 4, I didn't say he. Hindi ko sinasabi na siya. Okay? Yung nagnakaw ng pera. Next, I didn't say he stole the money. Hindi ko sinasabi na ninakaw niya. Baka hiniram niya lang. Alright? Next, I didn't say he stole the money. Ang ibig sabihin yan, hindi yung pera na sinasabi mo yung ninakaw niya. Okay, pwedeng ibang pera yung ninakaw niya. Next, I didn't say he stole the money. Di ko sinasabi na pera yung ninakaw niya. Baka yung ninakaw niya ay yung refrigerator at na-realize mo na na-misplace mo lang. Okay? Do you get me? So ganon, you have to be very, very careful with your intonation because you could be expressing a meaning na baka hindi ka rin aware na yun pala yung ibig sabihin. At by just listening to the person's intonation, malalaman mo kung sino ang nagsisinungaling at sino yung nagsasabi ng totoo. Kaya, okay, minsan pag may nagsisinungaling sa akin, lumingiti na lang ako kasi alam ko naman na nagsisinungaling siya. Alright? Okay, let's move on to the next. Alright. Okay, yung intonation kasi is self-explanatory. Okay, although I just would want to share this with you na ang rising intonation is used when we ask yes-no questions. Okay? Can someone ask me a yes-no question? Sir Jesse Ian? Could you please ask me a yes-no question?
Yes, sir. Are you happy at this very moment?
Oh, bakit bumaba yung Bakit bumaba yung intonation?
Are you happy, sir?
Yes, I am. I'm very happy. Okay, let's try another one. Sir Kiriko. Sir Tiolo, are you there?
Have you ever fell in love?
Nawala siya. Sir Richard Sabela? Mukhang nawala na sila. So again, yung mga hindi sumasagot, pwedeng absent sila, no? Alright, Ma'am Allen?
Hi, hello, sir. Do you like to travel to different places?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, Yes,
All
sir.
right. Now this time, let's play a game. Okay. Let's play a game, and you'd have to participate. This game is asking question. Okay. Sir Sunny Jade, hindi pa po. Mamaya tatawagin kita. Alright? Okay? So, ang game natin ngayon ay ask me a question. Alright? So, the instruction is, ask me a question that will give you a definite no for an answer. Again, ask me a question that will give you a definite no for an answer. Okay, just unmute your microphone if you're ready to participate. Or ako ang magtatawag. Ma'am Maricel, would you like to ask a question?
Sir.
Yes, Ma'am Maricel.
Oh, why?
Are you in Manila?
Yes, I am in Manila.
Ano sa Manila?
No. Can you
Para sa region.
please?
Okay. Who else? Yes, Ma'am Medine.
Are you married? No, I'm
Ma'am Susan, all right, Ma'am Susan, would you like to ask a question?
Can you come to our place today, sir?
Yes, I will.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
No.
Ma'am Pinky.
Do you have COVID, sir?
Yes,
Huh?
yes,
Can I, sir?
yes, Ma'am Joyce.
Are you ready to die, sir?
Of course, always.
Can I try, sir?
Sir, can I?
Sure, Sir Mark.
Are you blind?
Yes, I am. Because love is blind.
Sir, let me try.
Sure.
Sir,
How will you read if we will combine N and O?
No.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Ma'am Aini.
Are you still single?
Yes, I am single. Si Sir Sunny J, pinitrick niya ako. Alright, but that's not the question. Because he asked me to do something. That was not a question, but that was an
So not counted
instruction.
yun, sir.
No, not counted. You have to ask me a question that will give you, a definite no for an answer. Ngayon natin malalaman kung paano tayo ka-effective na information coordinators at information officers.
Sir.
Si Ma'am Imacon, anong tanong ni Ma'am Imacon? Will you send me your ATM card and password? Yes, Ma'am Imacon, I will.
Sir, may I try?
Yes. Okay, Ma'am Jane. Is that Ma'am Jane?
Mami Dean.
Oh, Ma'am Medine, yes.
Sir R.M., aren't you
Yes.
tired?
I'm sorry, what's that again?
Aren't you tired?
Yes.
Sir,
Yes, Ma'am Joyce?
what's the opposite of yes?
Very good. That's the question. There's only one answer to that, and that is a no. If you're going to ask me, are you a robot? Yes, I am a robot. Are you going to kill your dog tonight? Yes, I can kill my dog tonight. All right, Tigami? So again, information coordinators, communicators, make sure that you listen to instructions. Okay, and you should be able to simplify the message. Okay, of course, I love my job, Ma'am Iris. Alright? Yung hindi nga job, nila-love ko eh. Yung job ko pa kaya. Alright? Now let's move on to the next. Alright? So congratulations, Ma'am Jane May Konag. You got the question correct. Alright, next slide please. Alright, critical thinking po yan. Alright, let's skip that. Kasi that's, ano na, you can do that on your own. Alright? Okay, let's skip that now. Okay, we're done. Okay, let's do the intonation do's and don'ts. Okay, Alright, so Sir Kiriko, you're saying you were in the comfort room. So my question is, did you find comfort there?
No.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations. You don't have to apologize for finding comfort, okay?
Sir, sorry.
No, you don't say sorry for finding comfort because that's what we need. Okay, all people need
Thank you,
comfort.
sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so there. Intonation do's and don'ts. 3 simple techniques. Pag nag-intonation tayo, we don't speak word by word. Okay? This actually goes against to what we were taught na dapat pag nagbasa tayo, dapat word for word. Bob is on the phone. Yan, magtutunog robot ka dyan. We don't do that. Alright? Next, connect words to form sound groups. Okay, so we connect words to form sound groups. And sana magkaroon tayo ng session na ganito, no? Na para mas matagal yung discussion natin. Alright. For example, yung sentence is Bob is on the phone. So how do we connect sound groups? We say Bob is on the phone. And then we use the staircase intonation pattern when we deliver the line. So we say Bob is on the phone. We don't say Bob is on the phone. No? Where is Bob? Bob is on the phone. Mom, Bob is on the phone. Okay? All right. We don't say Bob is on the phone, but we say Bob is on the phone. Okay, now let's move on to the next slide. We'll practice. All right. Let's skip that because that would take so much of our time. We'll just have this in our next session. All right. So how you say is very important. So delivery of the message is again very, very important. Again, di ba sinabi ko kanina that it's not what we say that matters, but it's how we say things. All right, so it is very important that your voice is used well, that you use correct language, and that you exude confidence when you deliver the message, okay? Now let's proceed to the next slide, please. All right, let's proceed to the next slide, please. Could you please click on the next slide? All right, let's try this. I would want a volunteer to read this. Okay, sino yung English majors dito? For example, ito yung information na i-deliver nyo sa public. Paano nyo ito i-deliver? Okay? Sige nga. Paano natin i-deliver ito? Is there anyone who would like to try? Sir Sunny? Sunny Jade?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to try delivering this message?
Disclaimer, di po ako English major.
It does not matter. Again, don't make excuses.
Okay pa. Sure.
You can do this. You can do this. I believe in you. I have faith in you, okay?
Okay, sir. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There is a lot to learn, but I hope to make it enjoyable as possible. I should pick up an American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down, the peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I have been paying attention to each too. It's like walking down a staircase. I have been talking a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I am easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I?
Okay, very good. Let's give Sir Sunny Jade a virtual clap. Okay. Okay, naririnig ko si Sir Rodel. So I would want to hear Sir Rodel. Could you please try this?
I forgot to turn off my...
It's all right. It's okay.
Thank you for the guide, Sir Rodel.
Ay, meron palang stage dad dyan. Sige, pakinggan natin ang stage dad.
Hello, my name is Anne. I am talking American accent training. There is a lot to learn, but I hope to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on the American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all of the time. I use the up and down or picks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I have been paying attention to pitch too. It's like walking down a staircase. I have been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I am easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on and on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I?
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Sir Rudel. But I would like to make this point that it is very important that we sound natural when we deliver the message. Okay, for example, when you are in an interview, okay, with the media, for example, pag kunyari nagkaroon ng issue ang school, God forbid, no? Kayo yung pinuntahan ng media, tapos kayo yung in-interview. I don't want that you would sound unsure of yourself. You know, the moment you start with the interview, make sure that you feel comfortable, you feel relaxed, and that you won't sound reading. Okay? I just want you to deliver your lines in a very natural, casual way. All right? Naintindihan ako. Okay. Now, how do we do this? Can I try? Would you allow me to try it?
Yes, sir.
Of course. All right. Okay, this is how we actually do it. Okay, let's do it. Hello, my name is Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but how to make it as enjoyable as possible. I should pick up on American intonation pattern pretty easily, although the only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I've been paying attention to pitch too. It's like walking down a staircase, and I've been talking to a lot of Americans lately, and they tell me that I'm easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on and on, but the important thing is to listen well and sound good. Well, what you think? Do I?
Bravo!
Okay, that's how we do it when we
Very nice,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. So when we speak the language, we have to speak naturally, all right? Oh, sure. Would you like to try that, Ma'am Ellen and Ma'am Jolwyn?
Yes, sir, I would like to.
Sure. Go ahead. Trinay ni ma'am pero nag-mute.
Sir, wait, it's kind of noisy in my end po.
Wow. On your end, not in. On.
On my end, I'm sorry. Thank you for that.
Sabi ni Ma'am Cheryl, sige Ma'am Jelwin, okay, I'm giving you 1 minute kasi may question po dito. Sabi ni Ma'am Cheryl, quick question po. Quick question. Meron po bang delayed question? Charot. Biro lang Ma'am Cheryl, biro kita. Bakit quick question? Question. Do we need to consider the punctuation mark, sir? In spoken kasi, in oral communication, the punctuations do not necessarily matter. Okay, do not necessarily matter except for the question mark. Okay, that's actually the reason. Some of us do not sound natural. Some of us would sound like we're reading when we're talking, because we actually we try to associate a sound to every punctuation mark. That's why we end up reading word for word or word by word. Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Jelwin, may problem daw siya sa kanyang net. Okay. Again, when you teach reading, oral reading, Okay, you have to teach them how to sound naturally, because even if there is a comma in between and you can glide from one sound to the next, okay, we call that word groupings or sound groupings. All right, so we can do that. It does not necessarily mean that you would have to pause every time that there is a comma, because there are some words that could easily glide from one sound to another. All right? In fact, hindi naman lahat ng hindi naman lahat ng walang punctuation mark ay hindi tayo nagpo-pause. Okay? Kasi ang tinitingnan natin ay yung word grouping. Okay? So we should do the same. Sabi ni Ma'am Arlene, can I try, sir? Of course. Sure, Ma'am Arlene.
Hello, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sure.
Okay. Hello, my name's Anne. I'm taking American accent training. There's a lot to learn, but I hope to make it more comfortable. I should pick up on the American imitation pattern pretty easily. The only way to get it is to practice all the time. I use the up and down or peaks and valleys intonation more than I used to. I have a big practice each too. It's like one dog is practice. I'm talking to a lot of American ladies, and they tell me that it's easier to understand. Anyway, I could go on, but the important thing is to listen and sound good. Well, what do you think? Do I?
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that nice try. Okay. Ma'am Arlene, thank you very much. Okay. All right. May ibibigay akong script na part ng script. And I would want you to deliver it. I want you to deliver it. Titingnan natin if you could sound natural when you're delivering a script. Can we do that? Okay lang ba? Anyway, we still have some more time.
Sure,
Okay lang ba?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
po.
sige.
Yes, sir.
Magbibigay ako kasi I'm pretty sure as information coordinators,
Yes, sir.
you do hosting, di ba? You do hosting.
Yes po. Yes po.
Yes, sir.
Sige.
Exactly.
Let's do this. Hmm? All right, I want you to try this. All right, nababasa nyo sa chat natin yung script?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, sino ang gustong manguna? Huwag muna kayo mag-chat para hindi matabunan yung script. Okay? Sige, kunyari yan ang script. Paano natin i-deliver to? Sige, si Sir Rodel muna kasi siya ang ating moderator. Sir Rodel, would you like to try?
Yes, sir.
Sige pa.
Kasi bumaba na siya.
Sige, itaas mo muna. Wag muna kayo mag-chat para hindi matabunan yung script. This is an overture. Opening to ha, before magbukas ang tilon. Sige.
In these times of pandemic, vis-a-vis the revelation of the worst of time and the best of humanity, deathbed originate prime movers converge to pour love, to count blessing, and to rewrite the course of history. No, not so. Deathbed Regenerate stands with pride. Okay, I'll repeat, sir. Deathbed Regenerate stands with pride, honor, and excellence as it celebrates greatness, leadership, and legacy. This is the 2020 Regional Awarding Ceremony.
All right, very good. Okay.
May nanalo na.
Sige, sino pa ang gustong mag-try? Sino pa ang gustong mag-try? Right? Who would want to try? Wala. All right. Okay, although Sir Rodel already delivered very well, okay, and I can try it as well. Sige. In these trying, okay, In these times of pandemic, vis-a-vis the revelation of the worst of time and the best of humanity, Deped Region 8 prime movers converge to pour love, to count blessing, and to rewrite the course of history. Deped Region 8 stands with pride, honor, and excellence as it celebrates greatness, leadership, and legacy. This is the 2020 Regional Awarding Ceremony. Okay, ganon siya. Anyway. Right? So, shall we move on? Okay, so we have to make sure that we observe the power of pause. Okay? Pag nagsalita po tayo, hindi to pabilisan ha. You should know how to observe power of pause. Remember, meron tayong tinatawag na dramatic pause. At meron, ang dramatic pause ay very powerful. Okay? Very powerful. Okay? So, dapat alam mo kung kailan ka hihinto, kung kailan ka titigil sa pagsasalita. Right? Next slide, please. Okay. Body language, na pag-usapan na po natin ito. We can just move on to the next slide, please. Alright. So, ganito. Okay? So, yung sa body language, okay, ang tanong dyan is, how can you use your paralinguistics or nonverbal tools effectively when you speak? First, of course, is to eliminate distracting mannerisms. Alam nyo ba, aware ba kayo sa mga distracting mannerisms nyo pag nagsasalita? Huwag kayong kamot ng ulo. And make sure, always remember this mga kapatid na yung hands are very powerful. Okay? Wherever you put your hands, okay, drives the attention of the listener. Okay? Okay? So, dapat alam nyo kung kailan bubukas ang palad nyo, kung kailan gaganyan, at bawal na bawal po ang nagtuturo gamit ang isang daliri. Okay? Right? Because that can mean, that can be rude. Alright, but for guys, just let me emphasize this too. Please don't put your hands inside your front pockets. Guys, okay? Don't put your hands inside your front pockets. Otherwise, you will be counting 11 fingers, all right? Don't do that. Now for girls, don't ever do the same. Girls, don't put your hands inside your front pocket because you might be losing one finger, okay? Might be counting 9. Right, so eliminate distracting mannerisms. Don't ever put your hands at the back, and don't ever do this in front of your audience because this means that you are not open. And stop scratching your head, and always remember, ladies and gentlemen, that you are actually the best visual material, and whatever it is that they see in you, okay, would reflect the kind of impression that they're going to have about you, okay? Next, you have to make sure that you sound natural, spontaneous, and conversational. Again, even if you're reading a script, you just have to sound very conversational. For example, when you're hosting an event, you have to sound conversational. Okay? For example, okay, to begin, please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by a prayer and the singing of DepEd Region 18. Huwag masyadong mag-modulate na, to begin, please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Hindi ganon, okay? You just have to simply sound conversational and natural. Next, let your body mirror your feelings, and of course, build self-confidence through preparation. Next slide, please. All right, now let's move. I've already explained some of the body languages. Can we move to the next slide? All right, next slide, please. All right, next slide. I've already explained the principles. Okay, and always remember the following behaviors or characteristics, rather, of effective communicator. 1, an effective communicator displays a wide range of behavior. Kaya, ang effective communicator ay hindi boring. Okay? An effective communicator can display a wide range of behavior. Kaya niyang mag-joke, kaya niyang magpaiyak, kaya niyang magpatawa, kaya niyang manakit. Okay, kaya manakit. Alright. Alright. Yung effective communicator is someone who can actually invoke many different kinds of emotions throughout the course of communication process. But of course, an effective communicator is someone who knows how to choose appropriate behavior. Okay, next, and is able to perform that appropriate behavior for that appropriate context. And of course, an effective communicator is someone who empathizes. Ano yung empathy again? When we put ourselves into other people's shoes. But then again, always remember that you cannot just empathize. You cannot easily empathize without you removing your shoes. Diba? Otherwise, if you are still wearing your own shoes, while you're trying to fit yourself into someone else's shoes, ang ending niyan, you will be giving unsolicited advice. Okay? So, kailangan tanggalin mo muna yung sarili mong sapatos bago mo isuot ang sapatos mo, ang paa mo sa sapatos ng iba. Do you get me? Alright? Kaya kung nakikipag-usap tayo, importante na tatanggalin natin sa statement natin na yung ako nga eh, bakit hindi mo kaya? Ako nga eh. Diba? So ang ibig sabihin nun, hindi mo pa rin natatanggal ang sarili mong sapatos while you're trying to fit yourself into someone else's shoes. Alright? Next is deals with cognitive complexity. Alright? So ang ibig sabihin ng cognitive complexity, effective communicators are quick-witted. Alright? And they can deal with difficult situations with ease, poise, and grace. Alright, and of course, an effective communicator is someone who knows how to do self-monitoring. Ibig sabihin, an effective communicator is someone who is self-aware. Alam niya kung kailan siya offensive, alam niya kung kailan siya humorous, alam niya kung kailan hindi siya dapat magbibitaw ng joke. Alright, and of course, an effective communicator is someone who is committed to the relationship. Always remember again the basic definition of communication, that it is a shared behavior and its main purpose is to build connection, and that human connection is geared toward building human relationship. Hence, it is very important that you commit to the relationship. Okay, wag paasa, all right? Next. Okay. Communication is a skill and a talent. Okay, ibig sabihin, communication skills can be improved. Next. Okay, now let's talk about confidence. Are we all confident to speak in English? Are we all confident to face the public? Are we all confident to speak to a larger crowd? Are we confident to talk to parents? Are we confident to face the media whenever there are issues? Are we confident to communicate with our bosses, with our leaders, and with our colleagues? All right, if the answer is not or no, okay, I have an answer to that. Okay, confidence is a product of competence. Okay, therefore, you can gain confidence if you keep practicing. But I don't believe in constant practice makes perfect. That's not true. It's not true that constant practice makes perfect. But constant correct practice forms a very good habit. And constant correct practice improves one's competence. And once you have improved your level of competence, pretty sure that your level of confidence would also increase. Right? Next. Next, please. All right, always remember this, ladies and gentlemen, that when you face people, the first 30 seconds of your stage time is the most crucial, as it is the time when first impressions of you are made. But I don't believe in the saying that says, I don't believe in this. that first impression lasts. No, I don't believe in that. But what I believe in is that you can never have a second chance to make a very good first impression. Because impressions can change. All right. But then again, you can never have a second chance to make a very good first impression. Right? Next. Self-confidence is not an attitude one is born with. Ibig sabihin, wala pong ipinanganak na confident at wala pong ipinanganak na hindi confident. Because confidence is something that we develop over time. And please don't punish yourselves if your confidence is never developed overnight. Because confidence is not and will never be developed overnight. It takes time. All right, and it takes so much courage, determination, patience, and of course, dedication to develop your confidence and make sure that you don't believe in self-fulfilling prophecies and stop feeding your minds with negative thoughts. All right, next. A self-confident person is likely to develop higher self-esteem. Right, and you will know if the person you're talking to is a negative person, and you will know if the person you're talking to is a positive one. All right. Of course, a person with a negative self-confidence always thinks that he or she is a victim. May victim mentality ang taong mababa ang kumpiyansa sa sarili. All right? Yung mga nagsasabi na, ay, kasi hindi ako magaling, hindi ko kasalanan yan. All right? Kasalanan yan ni ano? Wala akong ginawa dyan. Ako lang naman lagi ang nasisisi. Alright? And of course, people with negative self-esteem or self-confidence are those people who like to attack other people. Paanong attack? Yung mahilig mag-chismis sa ibang tao. Ang ibig sabihin, pag ang taong chismoso, ang taong chismosa, ay may mababang self-confidence. So, mamaya, pag nagchismisan kayo, tanungin niyo sarili niyo, is this a manifestation of my lack of self-confidence? Okay, baka nga. Alright. Yung mahilig manisi, okay, people with low self-esteem like to blame other people. They like playing the blame game. And they like complaining. And of course, they are reactive. Ang positive naman, okay, I make things happen. These are people who know how to adapt to the situation and they can balance their emotions. And of course, they can show to people that they care and they are proactive. Next, please. Always remember this. Itong tanong na to. How many of you feel scared to go up the stage and hold the microphone? Sino? Can I see can I have a show of hands? Sino yung mga natatakot dito magsalita sa stage at tumawag sa microphone? Because again, we are information coordinators. We are information officers. We should never be afraid of the stage. We should never be afraid of the microphone. Okay? But don't do stage hugging. Okay? Remember, pag ikaw ang binigyan ng microphone, hindi ikaw ang star. Okay? Yung star mo ay yung nakikinig sa'yo. Do you get me? And do you realize that every time you refuse to actually go up the stage and say something and hold the microphone and say something, you actually miss that opportunity to create an impact to the people who are listening to you. Remember that communication is your stage time. I mean, your communication time is your stage time, and your stage time is always equal to your influence time. So the moment you refuse to speak is the moment that you refuse to influence people. Next. Right. So how do we develop our self-confidence? Okay. Question, do you panic? Do you panic when you're asked to talk? If the answer is yes, ano yung magandang gawin? Dapat maintindihan natin mga kapatid, ano ang ibig sabihin ng fear? Next slide please. Alright, what are the truths about fear? Ang ibig sabihin po ng fear, okay, for me, fear is an acronym. Okay, it means false expectations appearing real. Ito yung mga expectations natin sa mga sarili natin na kinatatakutan natin. Okay? Correct. Fear is self-fulfilling prophecy. Yan yung sinisiksik natin sa sarili natin na, ay, baka hindi nila magustuhan yung sasabihin ko. But always remember this, ladies and gentlemen, that nervousness is pretty normal. In fact, expert speakers would actually think of thoughts, no, na would somehow would make them nervous in the beginning. Kasi overconfidence is just as bad as having no confidence at all. Pero going back to false expectations appearing real, di ba? Yung sinasabi natin na, oy, baka hindi nila magustuhan yung presentation ko, kaya natatakot ako. Baka mag-fail ako. So ang tendency niyan ay maghahanap ka ng isang unfriendly face. Pag nakakita ka ng isang member sa audience na naka-make face or natutulog, i-confirm mo sa sarili mo na, totoo yung sinabi ko sa sarili ko. Hindi nga ako magaling. May natulog eh. Diba? So these are actually false expectations appearing real. Next. Now, what do we have to do with our fear? Well, we have to make peace with our fear. You know, the feeling will come and go from time to time. It's not permanent. So therefore, you can handle it. Next slide, please. All right, so how do we deal with fear? First, of course, is for you to ground yourself. How do we ground ourselves? We have to reduce our fear by shifting our focus away from the intensity of your inner discomfort and to put the attention instead on the people and things in your immediate environment. You know what? Ang technique lamang dyan is to always focus and to look for friendly faces when you are asked to speak in front of a crowd. When you see that smiling face, just look at that person and you will feel good. And always remember this, ladies and gentlemen, that you have the responsibility to make your audience feel good as well. Hindi responsibilidad ng audience na kayo ay pakalmahin. Responsibilidad nyo bilang communicator na pakalmahin ang audience nyo. Therefore, you have to show to them that you are calm. And it is only then that your audience would feel calm and happy. Next. Okay, get to the source of your fear. Saan ba nanggagaling ang fear? Always remember this, walang ibang pinanggagalingan ang fear kung hindi ang sarili mo. Therefore, there is no point in you blaming other people kung bakit meron kang kinatatakutan sa buhay, right? Because the fear comes from within. It's a state of mind. So it is better for us, ladies and gentlemen, to understand ourselves more. Okay, next. Okay, and always remember that it's not about you. Pag tumingin ka sa salamin, okay, don't ever look at yourself as a lion if you know you're a cat. Alright? Again, sinasabi dito na never dare to roar if you know you're a cat. And always remember this, that a squirrel is just a rat in a cuter outfit. Wag kang mayabang. Okay? Next. So how do we create a safe space for ourselves? Okay, it is very important that you consciously shift your focus to reassuring thoughts like, I have the right to be who I am and express myself in front of others. Pero dangerous po ito, yung pagiging totoo natin. Kasi kung yung pagiging totoo natin ay destructive to other people, then it's not good. So ang gusto ko ay, we have to show to people the better versions of ourselves. I can be who I am and I don't have to be perfect. That is true. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be great. And it's okay to be nervous, mga kapatid. Okay? It's okay to be nervous. It's human. And it keeps yourself grounded pag alam mong may kaba pa. And it is an opportunity for you to grow. And it is an indication that you still have a chance to improve. And it's okay if you make mistake, provided that you are aware that you make mistake and that you are able to correct your mistake. And of course, I want you to reaffirm to yourself that you can do this. Next slide, please. And I would want you all to declare that you can. Our biggest breakthroughs come when we can be real and genuine in front of others and relate to the realness and genuineness of others. Always remember this, mga kapatid. Ito lamang po ang prinsipyo ko sa buhay as a public speaker. It is incredibly liberating to give ourselves permission to risk looking foolish or inappropriate in front of others. It gives other people the expression to our creative energy and allows us to be spontaneous, playful, and fun-loving. It also gives the audience the permission to let down of their barriers and participate more openly and freely, okay? So what I'm trying to say is for you to be an effective communicator, Zab, you have to be relaxed, conversational, and be true to yourself. You can never be an effective communicator if you try to fake things. All right, next slide. According to my grandfather, okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, before my grandfather, let me explain this. You know, the personality of a man is not an apple that has to be polished. Pero ganyan tayo, di ba? Pag bumibili tayo ng mansanas, tinitingnan natin kung makintab. At hindi tayo bumibili ng saging pag ito ay nangingitim ang balat. Di ba? Kasi ganyan yung view natin sa personality ng tao. Mas makintab, mas maganda. That's why people invest so much of their time looking good. Diba? Bibili ng damit para magandang tingnan, magpapabelo, magpapaderma, pero walang nagpapaderma ng ugali. Diba? Mas inuuna nila yung physical na kaanyuan. Alam niyo bakit? Because light travel faster than sound. Kaya nga, no? Yung iba, mas gusto nila talaga na maganda silang tingnan. Well, there's nothing wrong with looking good. Pero kung ang focus lang natin is to look good without us polishing our personality, then there must be something.
Sa 3 p.m. today, DBM release this araw for the following.
Kaya minsan hindi ako naniniwala sa mga taong pusturang-pustura. I wait until they open their mouth.
Samar, Katbalugan, Liti, Kalbayog, Biliran.
Okay? So the personality of a man is not an apple that has to be polished, but a banana that has to be peeled. Most of us, however, think in terms of the apple, and that is true. Okay, not the banana. We spend our lives in shining the surface, in making it rosy and gleaming, in perfecting the image. And almost everything in modern life is devoted to polishing process and little to the peeling process, like what we do to the banana. Okay? So I am never impressed by those people who just look good, but who do not have nice ideas. All right, next. Next, please. For the last minute. Okay, all right. According to my grandfather, Mahatma Gandhi, okay, man often becomes what he believes himself to be. So kung ang question nyo is, Sir Cinco, how to be you po? Don't ever dare ask me that question, because my answer to that would be, you can never be like me, because there can only be one Ariam Cinco, and there can only be one Rodel Cabujo, and there can only be one Miss Aini, and there can only be one Mac. All right? What you have to do is to aspire to be a better version of yourself. And when you are better than yourself, yes, than you were yesterday, then you can be better than anyone else. And by the way, there should be no competition, ladies and gentlemen, because you are already a star. And always remember this, mga kapatid, that a star never competes with the audience. Do you get me? A star never competes with the audience. And a star is never afraid that the spotlight will be dimmed because a true star, is someone whose light shines from within. All right. So if you ask me, can you be this good? The answer is absolutely yes. You only have to choose to be a better version of yourselves. And before I end my discussion this afternoon, I know some of you are waiting for the last slide, but let me leave you this quote of mine. Right? Next slide, please. Do something beyond what you have already mastered for you to grow. Mediocrity sits comfortably within one's comfort zone. It lurks within the confines of compromise, doubts, indecisions, and lack of vision. Ladies and gentlemen, learning effective communication and public speaking can be challenging, but do it to unleash your competitive advantage. Learn, practice, and master. Thank you very much. And once again, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Sir Aryan, allow me to read the citation to you for our certificate. Republic of the Philippines Department of Education, Regional Office 80 Service Highway Division of Leyte presents this certificate of recognition to Aryan Venezuela Cinco, Regional Records Officer, in sincere acknowledgement for the valuable service rendered as resource speaker during the conduct of virtual training on DepEd Manual of Style and DepEd Service Marks and Visual Identity Manual, held on June 24, 2021 via Google Meet per Division Memorandum Number 305 Series of 2021. Given this June 24, 2021 via Google Meet, signed Manuel P. Albanio, Schools Division Superintendent. Sir, congratulations, sir, and
Thank you very much. Thank you very much sa pagkilala, no? Thank you very much.
Yes, and we are very blessed to have you, sir, in this virtual training. Yeah, sir, you are such an inspiration. You really are an excellent speaker, and I do admire your communication skills. Thank you for sharing your wisdom to us. We look forward to be listening from you next time, and that's for sure. For the next time, Sir Chris Anthony Noveda. So to Sir Aryan Cinco, let's see, of course, again, a warm round of applause to Sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Sir Aryan.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Sir Aryan.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So there you have it. Thank you. Yes, Ma'am Aini, you're waiting for the attendance link. We have, of course, here, Ma'am Aini B.
Okay, for Ma'am Aini, sabi ni Ma'am Aini pictorial, we don't say pictorial, we say photo shoot.
Let's have the photo shoot. Please turn on your cameras. Pakita na po yung ating mga camera dyan. Lahat po tayo dito na nandito sa virtual room. Bago natin ibigay ang attendance link, let's have first the photo.
Bakit si Sir George naging babae?